Faraja TV, authentic African voices.
A lot of our negative energy rather than the positive energy, and that's why we as young people are being used. We have voices, we have energy, but let's appreciate the fact that when we come together is when we shall be able to transform the Uganda as transformational leaders. Thank you so much.
Good morning, my name is Helena, and my takeaways from yesterday, one is based on the first theme where the panelists were speaking about the historical part of multi-party democracy. I think, to me, we should pose a question to ourselves, the evaluation part of it. How has the achievements of multi-party democracy, but also how can we do better with multi-party democracy, and what other alternatives do we have as individuals when carrying out multi-party democracy? And also, I feel that it is important to hold ourselves accountable and transparent while taking up leadership positions. I was actually very biased yesterday when one of the panelists, as my colleague said, when she was asked why she has been holding on to power for a long time, and she said that there is no one who will be like her, and one should strive to be themselves. That is not being accountable and transparent if you really want to carry out leadership. And then on the matter of the affirmative action, I think that we need to come up with a strategic plan, and also the need for us to look at mechanisms that look at modifying the affirmative action, because I feel like it has outlived its purpose. Yes, it has its achievements, but it has outlived its purpose, and there needs to have a harmonization of affirmative action. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nantege Christine from the Mighty Party UPC. My takeaway yesterday was I learned that these old politicians, these people who have been in parliament for over 20 years, are not ready to give us any space. As youth, we have to fight for that space. If you don't, they are not ready and they will not give us that space. They told you, no one gave Museveni space. He fought for where he is. So we have to go and contest with those people, and we push them out of parliament by force. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Jolinette. About yesterday, there are a few things that I learned that I am relearning in this room. First, it is not a sin to say that no one is like me. Everyone has to create their niche that people remember you for. Actually, the leader that you guys are talking about is no longer in parliament. She just holds space because when she was in parliament, she delivered and she's still appreciated. Secondly, I also learned that as young people, we enjoy lamenting. But Mama Winnie said something that we should take out of this room, even if we don't take anything else, that you are the majority. Take responsibility. I remember when I was sitting on the panel, I asked, how many of you have participated in the village elections of the National Youth Council? And half of you are not participating. Yet once you miss the village elections, you will not continue going forward. And you know what happens? The NRM people, just like Nimrod said, will take these positions. And before you know it, next year in the symposium, us opposition members will be saying, oh, NRM is taking all the spaces. Nobody, absolutely nobody, is going to hand over their power to you. And as young people, we should know that power is taken, not given. Thirdly and lastly is to understand that money and power work together in politics. And as young people, educated young people that are in this room, if you feel you're not financially grounded for political space, please look out for the technical spaces in your districts, in your constituencies. They are there. And they'll give you the same leverage a politician has, because a cow travels his or her district more than a politician does. So as educated as you are, go take up these technical places. They'll give you the leverage to become the politician that you want to become. I beg to submit.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a question, ladies and gentlemen. As you were growing up, when you joined primary school, as you were studying, were you promoted from P1 to P7, or you went from P1 through to P through all through the classes? It was gradual. So when it is gradual, because if you skip from P1 to P7, you definitely cannot do PLE. But if it is gradual, you keep learning stage by stage, and by the time you're there and you get a 4, you shouldn't be surprised, because you know, you've picked up. If you know, you know. Let's go here.
Thank you so much. What I learned yesterday was that as leaders, we should have a vision. If you're going to become a leader, what do you stand for? Then also, we should read. You know, one African American said that if you want to hide something from an African, put it into writing. So let us normalize reading. And when the keynote speaker talked about class formation, I had maybe a little background information on Karl Marx and production models. Then I had class formation and I was challenged. Then when I went back, I said, let me ask maybe some people around me, and I was introduced to Mahmoud Mamdani about class formation in Africa. So I really got something big, and then I wished, what if all of us knew these things? As they were on the other panel, I realized that these people know, they read, and for us to challenge them, we cannot just come up with this information burst we get on social media and then we say we are going to challenge these people. These people read and they are informed. So as leaders, let us do so. Then the third, we should appreciate the little we have as youth. Like the other lady in the second panel said, if maybe in parliament we didn't have women and now we have them, yes, problems are there, but let us appreciate this little we have. We shall start on it to make sure we make something bigger. Then also, go back and look at what your political parties stand for in each different sector. I'm from UPC, and I'm going back to see what does UPC stand for in terms of education, what does it stand for in agriculture, in health, so that we can know if we are in really the right parties, or if we are not, we start our own parties, and then we formulate what they should stand for. Thank you so much.
Wow, I'm amazed about starting up parties as youths. Good morning. Victoria is my name. My takeaway yesterday was, first of all, that democracy begins with dialogue. And I kept on asking myself, as youths, are we ready for these dialogues among our peer groups, from our communities, from our parties, or we are just nope, and that's it? Secondly, I beg to differ. I find it hard, and I've been asking myself, why are people getting pissed when Honorable Musumba said, that is her. I mean, that is her. And she made it very clear that no one has stopped. She never stopped anyone from contesting against her. And I urge you, every youth in here, as long as you have that space, please utilize it. Let no one stop you. No one has stopped her, so you expect her not to stand? Because the space is free, it is open, and as long as she has the requirements, keep on chasing and keep on being a voice. And my last takeaway was about multipartyism. Again, I think it was Honorable Winnie that told us, no, it was her, Honorable Sarah Musumba mentioned that multipartyism is still kind of a myth in Uganda. Though we are struggling, let us not give up. Let us still chase up what we stand for. And I mean, one day maybe multipartyism will make sense. Maybe not today, not tomorrow, but the next day multipartyism will make sense to us all. Thank you.
Good morning, leaders. My name is Sharon Atuhaire, and I'm honored to be here. A number of things. One is that one of the speakers yesterday said that we should be consistent with our values. When you demand accountability, are you accountable first? When you talk about integrity, does what you do reflect integrity before you can demand for it from the leaders? Because you are not just leaders of tomorrow, you are leaders of today. And that was key for me. And something that I need to correct. When the youth are talking about the problems that they are facing, no, we are not lamenting. Why would we have only 5 MPs representing us in a whole parliament of about 400 something MPs? And I think the whole concept of monetarization of politics was made to exclude the youth. You are only 25, you're only 26, and you want to run for MP. But they have made it very monetarized that you need about 200 or 300 million to run for this seat, even if it's just for the youth council. They'll tell you that if you do not have connections for someone to give you the money, to give you a car to drive you around the whole country, you can't run. And I think we need to break that one, we are the majority. If we are going to still demand for that 1,000, for that 50,000 every time someone calls you for their meeting, definitely like Honorable Chiza said, you will never have results from them. You will only see them during elections, and after that you will never see them again. So guys, it's within us, it's within ourselves. And some of us are here and you are saying that if the MP doesn't give you money, if that youth leader doesn't give you money, the same youth leader who's your age, who's asking, who has had the power, the courage to run for office and is asking for your vote, but you're asking them for them to shop for your household, for them to bring you money, for them to get you sleeping in a big hotel, then it's the results that we're going to have over and over and over again. So we are the change that we need to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, brethren. My name is Naboth Otialuk. As one of the leaders of today, not tomorrow. My takeaway is that one, we are saying that multipartyism is good, and what is very important for now is let's get back to the foundation. We repackage it as one of the panelists, that is Honorable Salah Musumba said, that if we work with the crooks, who are the so-called bushmen, the legends, that means the outcome will always be undesirable. Meaning, as the youth of today, it is better we engage ourselves, we make up our agenda that we want to have A, B, C, and D than still lagging behind with the multipartyism which is not working. That means if we rise up as the youth, you find that everything shall be well. Forming very many political parties is not multipartyism, but having political parties which are functional is what is being described as multipartyism. That is according to me. Thank you so much.
Coming this side, let me complete this row.
Thank you so much. My name is Dennis Mugumya from Makerere University. Yesterday, one of the keynote speakers, that was Honorable Amambawazi, said that we have to cultivate resilience, step away from the sidelines and move into the arena. Then I also heard from Honorable Salam Musumba. She said, in fact, she promised us a post-mortem report of FDC. We are still waiting for it. Thank you so much.
You want to?
Thank you very much. My name is Anthony, and from yesterday, I had a few takeouts, and from today's discussion, we are running in what we call crony capitalism, whereby we think that when money talks, democracy works, which is wrong. Plato in the Republic warned that an economy or a society that is governed by the rich people is doomed not to exist. And one of the leaders, probably the youth leaders, said that we need to be informed. Do you want to explain democracy as the power of the uninformed masses, or what? Our generation is not angry. Our generation is awake. We are just seeking accountability. And when we seek accountability, we are not supposed to be immunized against that accountability. We are not supposed to be immunized against that accountability, but we are supposed to be given that dose.
Thank you very much. We are asking very tough questions. Okay, let me come around like this.
Good morning, friends. My name is Joan Butoke from the ANT. Now, friends, I want to emphasize this. Please be attentive at least. People are telling us you don't have to skip steps. You have to go step by step. But please, dears, skip these steps. If you feel you can be a president of your political party, go for it. Go make those mistakes up there. We'll come back. Honorable Amama Mbaba told us to discover our goals, mission. Yes, mission, if I'm to remember what he said. He also started a political party. It failed, and he disappeared. So, dears, don't skip. Do whatever it takes. Go do political parties. Go start up political parties. Go for the MP seat. Do everything humanly possible you can. You don't need to go step by step. You don't need to have that money. For those of you who attended the other conversation at Ndere, there is some MP who told us that even if you don't have money, she told us what to do. Even if you don't have money, you know what to do. I'll not remind you because most of you are there. Do it. Even if you don't have money, you know what to do. Go for it. We shouldn't settle for less. Let us go for it. We shouldn't waste NIMD's money here and other funders that we need to go step by step. If we don't have money, we shouldn't go for what we want. Please, hit the door, go and get what you feel like you have to. Thank you.
Good morning, leaders. Yeah, I like the energy of young people. Yes, I don't want to be controversial, but still we have to stick to the point. According to our leaders yesterday, if you see these leaders who have been in these spaces, yesterday, Honorable Salam Musumba and Honorable Chilaso, they were very specific and very intentional when they mentioned that they came into parliament when they were young, they were youth. But what did they do? They fought for affirmative action. I think you had Honorable Chelaso very well when he was taking you when she was taking you through the step how they fought for that space for the youth representation in the parliament and even for the affirmative action. My takeaway for today is one, we don't have to oversee all these energies. As young youth, as young people, whenever you get a chance, whenever you get a space, please fight for what is yours. Fight for your rights. Whenever you have an opportunity to be somewhere, to be a representation, to be a voice, please amplify those voices for the youth. Because it's true that these spaces, these old people are not going to give you those spaces you want. But you have to fight for them. Whenever we have a chance, that you know what, you have to be there, fight for those spaces, and please be an exemplary leader. Not to just go there and maybe for yourself. Honorable Winnie Kiza was very certain when she was like, if we want leaders, yes, you're talking about leadership moves with money. But at the end of the day, if we youth, we don't have those monies they have, what are we going to do? Are we going to step behind and then look at them taking our spaces, rule over us because we don't have money? So it has to be us to set that pace. Yes, let us stop asking for their money, but at least let us make those positive moves, which are intentional in our leadership. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, members. My name is Kotaki William from Stema University. Now, one thing I learned yesterday is that political parties, they are set by people with individual interests. Every political party, they have their interests. Now, what I learned is we, the youth of Uganda, we have common challenges, whether you are NRM, whether you are FDC. And one thing I was thinking is we can be given spaces like people are talking about NRM. Yes, they will take the majority of the youth. But what comes to your mind? You're being given a space in NRM and you cannot speak about the challenges of the youth just because you're NRM or you're FDC. So I want to request all of us who are here. I've seen in places whereby, even if there is a community activity, maybe organized by NRM or NUP or what, you find that some youth of a certain party cannot participate just because they are not, and yet the thing that is being done, it is for the community. So we can use a vehicle of political parties to get a space for us to express our interest. But as the youth of Uganda, let's unite regardless of the party. Because we have common challenges, and if we say that when I will not participate in a certain thing because I don't belong in that party, then we are going to lose. Because remember, the people who have money, they have established parties, and they have their interests. That in most times, they don't tell the youth. They just bring you on board, but they don't tell you the core of that. So we have to realize what we want as youth, and regardless, provided you have a space in any political party, raise your voice, and I know with time we shall win. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, comrades. My name is Ayo Patricia from the FDC party. And from yesterday's engagements, I learned a few things, one of which is many of our colleagues have emphasized we have to take up our spaces because being in the survival mode won't help us. Rather, we have to be energetic and move looking forward. Secondly, I also learned as a youth to harness technology because it's very important. Technology has done more good than harm, so we should really embrace it. As I conclude, I would also, looking at yesterday's discussions, at my free time, I analyzed, most people were saying we should advocate for more parliamentary seats for the youth. But me, as Ayo Patricia, I would suggest, because looking at first and foremost, our parliament is outgrown, to be honest. And it's our taxpayers' money that we shall need to pay these MPs that are going to come to represent us. But what have the MPs that have been in position done for the youth? I would rather suggest that we need to revise better mechanisms of how the youth, more especially from the grassroots, can benefit from affirmative action rather than advocating for more parliamentary seats. That money that they would use for paying the MPs that we want to advocate for can be channeled to creating more jobs, building more, maybe diary projects somewhere that many youths can benefit in employment, other than getting more youth MPs that will focus on their personal development other than the youth on the ground. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. My name is Adiro Catherine Okot from the famous Forum for Democratic Change. I had two issues to talk about from what I learned yesterday. However, one has been tackled by my friend here. That is, we the youth, we suffer the same problems. Not only the youth, but in the country, all suffer the same problem. So there is irrespective of the political affiliation that you come from. I'm not going to talk about that, so you should know that. However, if you look at, we are facing a problem of injustice, and that was emphasized by Honorable Chiraso. You look at the arms of the government, we have three. That is the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive, which are supposed to work independently. However, for checks and balances, they can monitor the activities of the other. So, as youth, if you aspire for a position and maybe you go ahead to stand for that position and you win, there are circumstances under which you may be taken out of that position. If you look at the scenario that she gave us yesterday, that there was a case where it was an election petition where the judge overruled, like it was overturned, meaning that the person who won the election, like they go ahead, because remember the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda is appointed by the President, and that is provided under the article. Like between article, I think 33 to 34 there, you can go and check. So it is the duty of the President to appoint the Chief Justice. However, remember, this person is going to be loyal to the person who has appointed them. And in such doing, it will be an injustice to what? And I think the laws should be revised. The Chief Justice should be elected so that he or she does not sign with any other person, maybe the President or somebody who appointed them. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amazi Sarah. I affiliate with National Resistance Movement. I'm a leader. I affiliate with my party. To start with, no one should deceive you that you're great when you haven't done anything great. You will know that you can actually do something great. I became the district female youth councillor when I was in senior 5. I would ask for permission from the head teacher to go for campaign. I didn't have money, but I won. A lot of you have complained here about representation. Oh, I've never admired the National Youth Council. I have never admired them. Why? In the past 5 years, the National Youth Council have never sat for a proper meeting. They have never presented to the government, even the president, even their patron. I don't know that we had a national council and these are issues that we said in it. It is because our generation does not want to cut off a certain mindset. I'm even in the youth politics. May I stop at my sub-county level? Yesterday I was unopposed. That's why I'm here. If I wasn't, I wouldn't come here. The female affairs. I don't admire coming to the national level. But our challenge is we think issues can be solved when we are at national level. Why? You're very important, even in your village. the most service given is at your district. Why are we not aspiring? Because grants are given to our local governments. You plan them at that level. You solve issues. You attend budget meetings. Some of you are here, you don't even know the budget circle. If you know, you put up your hand and we see how many of you know and you tell us where we have reached. The budget circle starts from this village. As a youth, you come and sit there. In our village, we are suffering from water. You prioritize it. It reaches your sub-county. Your representation is there in the budget circle. They give budgets according to priorities. Now, if you have even those few representation at the other level, maybe at sub-county, at district level, here I still serve as the female youth councillor for my district. You see what? I sit, I follow. Now the youth will tell us, during our sub-county, we said, for us, we feel we need this and that. We are two, but we have managed to lobby most interest to go to technical schools. There's nothing you people can do for youth differently, apart from ensuring they get education, the health facilities are taken, maybe they attend meetings that can attract government to support them. What is that different thing if we don't go to the grassroots? There's nothing you're coming to do in the parliament that will change things in the village. But there's something you can do at your village, at the sub-county, even those 5, you see. It is better you go and be maybe a county member of parliament, you come to the parliament, you work with the 5. Because if they do not have the ability to lobby, however much best people we elect, we shall keep wasting our time. But if they have the ability to talk to the rest of the members, some of you, if you have ever been youth councillors, maybe at your sub-county, you know what it means to lobby. You have a friend, you know what? I make sure I always sit in the social services committee because that is where my people are represented. Even if they change it, I always quarrel. This is where I have to be. Because I will know what best we can give for the young ones. Then, when you take the representation, who are you electing? Anyone can talk, all of you can talk, but sometimes your voices cannot be heard because the content of information that comes from you is not valid. A leader can talk, yes. I want a leader who can talk. Yes, we can elect you. But yes, it is important for us to elect a leader who talks. But can this leader's voice be heard? That is another quality that we are not seeing as leaders as we are coming from the rest. I'm an NRM member, but he's noob. I come with him from the same district. I always stay together with him, but I will always tell Adko, you know what? Here we need to correct. The real idea is this. How innovative are we? Yesterday they said prosperity through innovations. What innovative things have you brought within your village? Money comes second, but your power to make people listen from you first is very important. It first comes from your availability with the people. We are here, some of you rarely even reach to your village. You are here, yes, you're being represented. You're talking. I was telling some of the aspirants who went to our places that, you know what? Our issues as youth are actually public domain. We are not even, because someone comes to you, I've come for consultation, I want to know your challenges. I tell them, our challenges are public domain. But my challenge in the village, you will not solve it from parliament. We shall solve it here as the youth. We shall either give you the vote, you go and solve the ones which are public domain. I have gone to school, I'm an entrepreneur. But can I tell my fellow youth in the village, okay, now we are young girls here, there's a web project going on. Can we write a small project? Now I'm your leader at the district or sub-county. Do I have the ability to say, CDO, now this is women, young girls. Can you give them this project? I was disappointed in the first panel. It was wrongly constituted. Someone is saying I existed in a parliament, yes, but how come we have UPE? We have the secondary education, we have facilities, we have hospitals that are around. Yes, some of our roads in northern Uganda, West Nile are extremely bad, but they are there. They are not good. Say to some extent, we need people maybe who can come and correct them. Some people, their ideas are outgrown. We need the young blood to come and proceed with the things we have put in place. I will know that this group are for the young. How do I make sure that those in the civil service, they are very important. Give this youth what belongs to them. We have the YLP going. Some of you even don't know that it's already a revolving fund. It is not going back to ministry. It is with us there. We revolve it. You apply for it. But are your leaders advocating that you get these monies? Some of you youth, you even take it and run away. The YLP doesn't need a political party for you to get it. So we would say a lot. But I think it is important for us to know how best we can operate, we can work regardless of the party affiliations we identify ourselves to. Some are there to make us sure that we have an umbrella. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm Daniel Gumsiriza. From yesterday, I want to talk about tokenism in regard to the youth. It is funny how we all take ourselves to be good people. If someone stands to defend himself, if we don't look at ourselves and we look at the things the way they are, if we allow tokenism to drive our minds, then we shall see it being done to ourselves. In this, what I mean, we should do away with tokenism. If we don't want to be asked for what we don't have. Because even the Bible says it, that what will be done on us will be done in heaven. So if you don't want people to ask you, also don't receive it from someone. It is what I learned. Then another thing is about multi-party, which is built on individuals. These parties are individually owned. That's why we see challenges in this formation of new parties now and then. Because they are driven by individuals, that's why an individual can just tilt the party in any angle that he or she wishes. So as youth, let us take the mantle and go back and change the status quo. Let things not be done from top to bottom. Let us change it to bottom up and use that approach to change the setting. I submit.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Okrol Benjamin, and my takeaway of yesterday was from the country director, who mentioned and said that we need to invest in young people, not as beneficiaries, but as partners in the priorities. However, this comes in my mind and says that how can we invest in young people? How can we invest in young people when we are not advocating for change? I think investing in young people starts with advocating of change of spaces, from the elder spaces to the young people. Then also, one of the speakers here mentioned and said that young people, you need to jump steps. You don't need to go step by step. I think we should also look at the sustainability strategies of sustaining those jumped steps. Yes, we are young people, we are energetic, and we want to take up those spaces, but also we need to look at the sustainability strategies. Then lastly, he mentioned and said that we are, as young people, we are not beneficial. We should not only be beneficiaries of this political democracy, but also we should actively participate. How should we actively participate? it starts with these our legends to advocate for change and also for youth inclusivity at national level. Also, not only at national level, it starts also at the village where you come from. That life you're saving, that young person you're supporting, you're also bridging a gap. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ria. I'm a student at Chambogo University.
One of the qualities of being a leader is public speaking. So if you're at your rally and electricity goes off, there's no generator, how far can your voice reach?
Yes.
At least me, you've heard me. First say one sentence before you continue on the microphone, we see. Oh, you okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Riama Annie Deborah. I am a student at Chambogo University. I am under UPC. My takeaway for yesterday is, as the keynote speaker was in front, he said that there is a lot of unemployment because of mismatch in our education. And now to me, is it that with the politicians or with the MPs, there is no mismatch in education? Because all the leaders, whether they have studied sciences, arts, whichever courses, or even ended in A-level, for them they're earning a lot of money. So does it mean that with them, their education is not mismatched? And then, if there is a mismatch then in our education, what do we then need to do? Now that there is new curriculum that is teaching the learners to be creative. I am a teacher in making, and currently I am doing my school practice in Teso College, Aloyet. You find that the learners have to do whatever it takes for them to be creative, to the extent of using even these water bottles to make the dustbin, to make the vehicle. Yes, and that creates jobs tomorrow. And then the other thing is said that we are not the leaders of tomorrow, we are the leaders of today. What does it mean? Meaning that we have to start right now. We don't need to wait until we gradually grow or until the next step. We start right now. If then we say that we are waiting until we get the money, then we can contest. How will it make? And yesterday one of the panelists said that for you to be a leader, you don't need to hurry. For her, she joined the parliament when she was around 30. And she said that even carrying the handbag of the vice president, you need to learn. Then should we wait until we finish our studies, until we are now big enough, and then we contest? Or we need to start now? As the keynote speaker said that we are the leaders of today, but not of tomorrow. So we start now. There is nothing like that. We need first to stay home and learn on how to carry the handbag of the vice president. For me, now is now, and we have to go forward. Someone said that last time when we were at Indere Cultural Center, it was Hona Amongi who said that for her, even when there was no money, the only way that she could win the votes was that she goes to the community, she speaks to them. Even when they say, you're not married, you're young, she says, no, you know, in our culture, you're not supposed to marry. So the elders have to look for you a man, and then they bring to you. So I tell you to get for me a man. When you get a good one, please bring for me, then I will marry that one. So we still have tactics to get votes, even when we don't have money. Thank you.
I come from one of the constituencies where the people in power or the MPs give out hose, give out saucepans. I say this with a lot of grief in my heart. My name is Owilo Justin Okelo. I come from northern Uganda, Lera district, Hirute North. My take home is, we the youth, we are overstaying in our comfort zone. And the Englishman said, comfort zone kills dreams. I'm just calling upon my fellow youth. Here is the time. And it is the right time. We have to wake up from our comfort zone. If our villages are paying the price of their ignorance, it's us to wake them up. If our villages, if our fellow mothers are being given saucepans in the expense of social services, what have we done? That is why, as young as I am, as old as I am, I have woken up to run for the position of MP Rute North. So, I'm calling upon all the youth. I know we are more than 500 here. When you go back to your when you go back to your constituencies, when you see a youth, when you see a leader standing up, please stand with them, support them. The future belongs to us, tomorrow belongs to us, and we have to make that tomorrow together. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Menya Julius. I work on a project that is empowering young people, young leaders in East Africa, in Kenya and Uganda. I think yesterday there was on a panel, someone was posed the question that can you compare Uganda to East Africa? And she really gave out the picture of how the court in Kenya, annulled an election. And I think I just want to give this as a thought and as a reflection. Last year, there was a contestation in Kenya of the Reject Finance Bill, and I was directly engaging with young people who were pushing this thing, and you saw the impact. They forced the president to actually reshuffle the cabinet. So I think when we come back to Uganda, there was much parliament. Didn't bear results. Maybe it didn't, but it communicated. And when I was interacting with young people in Kenya, they told me that there should be, when we are leading these efforts, we must put forward the values and the goals of where we want to be, and the shame. But basically in Uganda, young people and the leaders we look up to, we really don't have shame. We go and pick the money, and people feel it's okay to pick the money. So I think also that comes to the value that the panelists were talking about. Then actually the other thing I wanted to there are just two as I conclude. The issue of military in politics. People are telling us that there are free spaces there. I don't think there are free spaces there. When we in these rooms conversing, discussing, we think like we are in heaven. But when you go out to confront things in the community, things are very different. The military is against young people. And it bothered me a lot that we are going to spend these 2 days without discussing the role of military in elections in Uganda since the 20 years. Because the military has usurped the constitution. So we can discuss all the nitty-gritties of the constitution, but why can't we also bring the military as an institution on the panel and have this conversation? Because young people, are being violated. There is no any violent institution in this country more than the military. The court can order something and the military reject it. So I think it's also critical that we do that. Regarding the youth elections, two things. Either we increase the money, we advocate for increase of the money of the youth structures, or we advocate that the election of a youth member of parliament is changed to be not through a college vote, because it's too expensive. I support MPs who are going to parliament, the youth MPs, and they're not speaking. There is a lot. You rather go for a constituency vote than going for this college vote. It's too expensive, totally expensive. So me, as a young person, I support those people. Not until we advocate for the fairness in that election. We are not going to see anything. Even the aspirant who came there on the panel who said he's going to do a lot, believe me, when you go through, we are not going to see you anywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My neighbors almost preempted everything I wanted to say, but I want to talk about how we are viewed beyond borders. the panelist that was posed to that question to answered that we are seen in a suspicious way. And I remembered last year on 23rd July, myself and 35 others traveled to Kisumu in Kenya. As we were crossing the border at immigration, the Kenyan side, the officer there said, "Why is it that today many Ugandans are entering Kenya?" And she posed, "Aren't these Museveni's military guys coming to cause violence in Kenya?" So later that night in Kenya, we were kidnapped from the hotel, brought back to Uganda, spent some time in cells, and charged with terrorism. Up to today, evidence has never been produced. But the point I'm raising that is because the panelist who was asked that particular question did state that beyond East Africa, within East Africa, we are viewed with a suspicious eye as Uganda. And indeed, it's true. What happened to us justifies that. Then I come back to my colleague who stated that he was pissed by what the Honorable Salam Musumba said. And I want to tell you, I have attended the National Youth Symposium for the last 3 symposiums that have happened. The word that comes out the most from the youth is space. Nobody is going to give this space to you. We are in a war. You have to go and fight for it. Go out, fight with those generals. Stand as direct MPs. Leave these youth things for why do you have to go for affirmative action when we are the majority? Go contest wherever you can. And please accept to be mentored. If you're going to play politics, put emotions out and use your brain more to understand why Salam told you nobody is going to give that space to you. Who is stopping you from contesting? Myself, I'm contesting in Kawempe South as Lord Councillor. Today I receive more calls from DSOs, PSOs, more than the electorate. Why? They know what the youth can do if they decide to do it. But we are seated in our comfortable zones, holding on to our smartphones, masquerading as leaders. Leadership is influence. How many people can you influence from where you're coming from? How many people can you influence from where you're coming from? So if you want the space, fight for it. Go out, roll in the mud, do whatever is necessary, and we'll take the power. We can manage this thing. Thank you. My name is Buyondo Henry Patrick from the People's Front for Freedom. Greetings from retired Colonel Dr. Kizabesi.
Ladies and gents, we want to wrap this up. So I've seen 2 more hands that I'll compromise and take. The 2 that I saw here, plus this gentleman here. There was a hand there. If we can promise to utilize 1 minute each. Do you think you can use a minute? Okay, since you are among the last, I'll give you time. But let us just summarize our points so that we get to the next program. Is that agreed? Do the ayes have it or the nays? Because if the nays have it, then we'll have to continue this for the rest of the day. Okay. Here we are.
Thank you. I would like to disagree with most of the members here. From yesterday up to today, you guys are still talking about numbers in parliament, that we should have more youth representatives. I completely disagree with that. Having very many numbers in parliament of youth representatives makes no sense. Let's talk about reforms. What are they supposed to do? If we have a bill in parliament, let's hear about a youth caucus sitting and we have, let's say, 3 reports. The majority report, the minority report, and what are the youth stand? What is their report about, let's say, the UPDF amendment bill? Where is that? That's why we don't see our members of parliament being accountable to anyone. Actually, there's someone who told me, well established and connected to parliament, told me youth MPs are the most rich MPs in parliament because they don't spend anything. Whatever they earn, the allowances, the meetings, whatever conventions they attend, they keep all the resources, their allowances, whatever they advocate for, they keep it for themselves because they are not accountable to anyone. You people are nowhere to hold them accountable. You are also in your comfort zone, serving as councillors and whatever, and you are not bothered at what are they doing. So what I'm saying here, told our youth representative in parliament, it's not about numbers. It's about having constitutional reforms that hold them, that force them to be accountable to us, to the nation. Another thing is about, I heard people say, and I've actually heard it several times, maybe Professor will help us. People say that I'm a leader, I'm not a politician. I don't think really that one is like how you think it is. A leader is somewhat a politician. You should know that. Being a leader, there are things you do. You influence. Someone said it. You are an influencer. And how do you influence? You have to employ tactics of politicians. So that makes you a politician. So you can't say I'm a leader. Professor Barunywa, you realize that actually he started the MUBS, Makerere University Business School. You can call him a great leader to establish that institution there. But trust me, there is a lot of political activities he did to establish that institution. When I read about him, I realized that he was engaging with politicians in parliament, advocating for this, advocating for that, going to the president, having this meeting. It's not a leader who does that. You are saying leaders talk. What does talk change? They say action speaks louder than words, isn't it? So you have to implement that action part of it, and that action part of it is one of the elements of a politician. That's what I say. And I want to disagree with our lady who said that we have to serve at the village level, be there, do that and that. Then who will serve the government? We are having a government that is led by old people, isn't it? And we want to take that leadership. Eh? We want to take that. So how do we take it when we are serving at village level, LC1? I alone am competing for member of parliament. And someone called me and said, you should start from village level. Village level? Be serious. Eh? I have 2 bachelor degrees. I am well established. I am well connected. I know this professor. We are having this civic engagement with a professor in our congregation, isn't it? And you are telling me to go for chairman LC1. Eh? Start writing and solving problems of married people. My wife is not sleeping in my house. No way. Where will my English go? I want where I can be optimally used and make policies that will govern, that will establish, that will put our country to a trajectory we want. Right now we have a very old man as our president. We have the cabinet. Actually, I saw the list of the cabinet people, their age. All of them are above 60 years. All of them. Apart from the few he appointed just for, you feeling comfortable because, but trust me, the cabinet is very old. And those are people thinking on our behalf. You recently saw the AI committee. Okay, it was for people who have PhDs. But trust me, when they were studying their first IT, they were studying it from computers, those who know IT. Those computers which had these big buttons. We are having new computers, touch screen. AI is all over us. I believe some of you have AI open right now trying to ask a question on 1 or 2. So we want leaders to take those positions from us. And by the way, the last thing I'm going to say, how are we here? How did we come to attend this event? It was through political parties, isn't it? Our political parties submitted names of all of us, and we were eventually invited to come and attend. It is because we are considered to be the youth. But at your age right now, if you can add 5 years, just 5 years, will you still be the youth? So we are here lamenting, crying, and wailing, and weeping for the youth, but we are not going to be the youth in the next 5 years. So what have we done? What have we established? That we are living for those ones who are in senior 6, those who are in senior 4 coming to be the youth. They are also going to be here and crying the same tears, lamenting the same lamentations. So what are we doing? Where we are going to be the problem for them also. They are coming, they are going to be here crying, and we are going to be the Salam Musumba. They are saying, those people are there, they don't want to leave power. What? So we have to know that we are in a process that is continuous. So how are we going to change the narrative? What I dislike about what Salam Musumba said yesterday was like, for her she can... Yes. Let me just quote her.
No. We are spent of time. In Parliament, what is done, they switch you off. The technicians turn off you. I think you've seen that. When very eloquent MPs are still making a point, but if the speakers allocated you only 2 minutes, they end up switching off the mic. So, I'm sorry I had to do that, but we are just trying to squeeze the time now. So let's be as brief as we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Nago Innocent, and I'm a member of the Justice Forum. So since yesterday we've been talking about democracy, but I have not seen anyone linking democracy to development. I have not seen anyone. See, democracy answers questions concerning leadership, but doesn't answer questions concerning development. Now, to a mom in Rukunjiri, democracy to her is availability of medicine in the hospital, having electricity, and having a road where she can transport her coffee or her beans for sale. Now, coming here and you said, democracy, this principle, elections, the rule of law, petitions, having power, having this. It makes no sense if there is no development, if there is no social services. That's why actually I think right now in Africa, people are starting to lose interest in democracy. You see the way Ibrahim Traore is being praised. He's not democratic, he's a revolutionary, but because he's working, people are liking the way he's doing it. So coming here and talking about democracy each and every day, when we can't relate that democracy to development, then democracy loses meaning. We can opt for some other options other than democracy. First create the development, then democracy will come later on. Actually, in the world, no country has ever developed because of democracy. Democracy never promotes development. Democracy promotes better leadership after you have developed. There's no country in this world that's ever developed because of democracy. The US, it was slave trade. The British, it was colonialism, they were stealing from us. There's no country that developed because of democracy. So if we are talking about democracy, we must first answer the question of development, the basic services, and then democracy comes in. For this, I think I disagree with everyone who talks about democracy. Talk about democracy each and every day when you're not talking about these simple things. It makes no sense to us. It becomes too academic. It can't be practical. So to me, the question of the day should be, can you go to the hospital and get medicine? Can you go to a school and get the proper education you need? When you answer those basic questions, then the leadership question can come in. Actually, most of us would not care even if we had a dictator, as long as we are getting the best services. We would not be caring. No one cares about democracy as long as we have the basic services. The reason we come to talk about democracy because we are lacking the basics. But if we had the basics, we are not living in survival mode. Why would I care about either being a dictator? You go to China, they developed under communism. Do you know how a dictator they had? You go to Malaysia. Oh, these Koreans. The people are developing but without democracy. Democracy answers only a question of leadership when you are developed. If you think democracy will cause development, my dear, we shall remain poor forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone for all your submissions. First of all, we ought to accept that democracy starts with a dialogue. And when we talk of having a dialogue, it means we need to come into a mutual understanding. You ought to first you should first do away with all kinds of hunger and everything when you're having a dialogue. However, I just have only 3 reflections and submissions to give in relation to our discussion. Number 1, I have an observation that why don't we always also invite our youth MPs from different regions to always be part of us in such a gathering. It would really be good because the fellow youth may be having some of the questions for our youth MPs, which they would be the very people to answer such questions. Number 2, I also have, when someone raised an issue yesterday about following steps on leadership, I would like to assure you that leaders are born. Sometimes you don't need to follow steps for you to be a leader. I was a leader in nursery. I became the head prefect in primary 5. When I was in senior 2, I became the head girl of my school. When I joined the university, I had to contest for guild president. Now, does it mean that I had to first follow steps for me to become the guild president of Makerere University? No. Now, driving the point back to issues concerning multipartyism and the rest, it all started with our year. Those who contested for the 90th guild at Makerere University, I was one of them. I contested with 15 other gentlemen, and I was the only lady in the race. Inside this house, I have the gentlemen with whom we contested, but we came into a dialogue. We accepted that previously we had a student who lost life at Makerere University because of we not accepting to move as one. We agreed, we came into a dialogue that this time round, let us accept that Makerere University will have a peaceful election. And I want to assure you that it started with our year when we contested, that right now, even the people who are following subsequently, we see now peace at Makerere University. It all started with dialogue. So I urge all of you that please, let us always accept to have dialogues, because it builds peace, it builds unity. If we keep pulling ropes, we shall not reach our destinations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I think if I'm correct, here, 2 more hands, one in this row and then that gentleman.
Thank you so much. My name is Amto Slivia. All I want to say is that as youth, let's learn to walk what we are talking. Not just talking, but at the end of the day, there is no implementation. There is no mechanism that we are going to come up with. Let's learn to walk what we are talking, not just talking and yet we are not going to walk it. Thank you.
Praise God, somebody. By name, I'm Omron John Ronald, a student from Chambago University. What I picked yesterday was that as youth, we got to discover our mission. And if I'm to ask any of us here, in any election, who has ever seen an old man rigging ballots or running away with a ballot box? It is us, the youth, who are bettering ourselves. We come here, we talk all that we want, but when an MP is distributing sugar or salt, whom does it trust it with? It's us, the youth, who still run with the saucepans to our own parents. And we come here and talk about we need to do this. To be sincere, our generation, I think, I don't know what we're up to, but I think this generation was brought into place to keep the old in power. Because even the military, you find that it's the fellow youth in the military who cannot use their brain and common sense umbu order from above. Like, to be honest, let's ask the youth. To me, one thing I do not like anyone to take away from me is the ability to think for myself. Once you put me in that corner, you've lost me. So at least us, the young generation, let's reserve some thinking power for ourselves. Thank you, for God and my country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have a few observations to give. One is, if you cannot beat them, join them. Because I'm hearing people complaining ABC, it's like you want affirmative action for a particular opposition. They say, okay, this part is supposed to be for UPC, the other part is supposed to be for FDC. Just join them and have collaboration and make these things happen. Another thing is, you want to just go and contest to the nationals because you have studied. I don't think that's enough. If you cannot influence your village, what makes you think you're going to have influence in the nation? So, rise up and be for transformative leadership that is progressive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see a parliament, about maybe a 16th parliament, that will have very strong and divergent but converging views. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now use the next 30 minutes to have our break tea. And then we shall now come and commence the actual program of the day. This was a preliminary where we've engaged and we've learned from each other, especially the comment that was made by Honorable Salam Musumba. Her identity, your identity. She actually meant that you cannot be her and she cannot be you. Not that you cannot have the experience she has, but she is who she is, and you are who you are. You have your, so you go as yourself, you know, to campaign. So if you want to contest against her, you contest against her, not looking at her experience, but just her as a person, and you as a person, and you know what you bring to the table, and then you just leave the rest to the electorate. So let's use the next 30 minutes to have our break tea. It has already been served. Okay, 15 minutes. 15 minutes because we want to maximize on the time. And then we shall be back by 11:15. Then we commence the program. Enjoy your tea.
Drawn to the My name is Primus Bahiji Atkwase, the country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, which is an international organization, headquarters based in The Hague. We are over 20 countries. We strive and to realize inclusive democracies across the world, and by striving for inclusive democracy, we focus on strengthening political party structures, changing the culture, and ensuring that the voices of the minorities, especially young people and women, are part and parcel of the decision-making process. So because of our DNA and belief in inclusive democracy, we, for the last 5 years as a global organization, we've been working on democracy education and democracy schools elsewhere. But as Uganda, at the start of 2002, we started thinking about Democracy Academy for Uganda. And we are happy that this year
taught me transparency, and I've really acquired knowledge, and also engaging with other political parties, people from delegates from different political parties, has taught me a mind of teamwork, and it has really built my mind, has broadened my mind to participate and also gain the art of dialogue.
I've learned a skill of tolerance, because democracy supposes that we are supposed to be tolerant to one another besides the political party inclinations. So one of the skills is tolerance, and the other one is problem solving. I've been asked that instead of playing the blame game, I should be the solution to the problems.
This training, I think, seeks to solve the problems of our ignorance when it comes to how democracy operates. It also seeks to solve a problem of us, the problems of the wrong perceptions that are out there about young people.
I believe that spaces such as a democracy school, which is a leadership training institute, are important in raising the political consciousness of young people, in forming and forging networks and partnerships. I believe that the cohort that has just been equipped and nurtured and nourished will be able to take forward as a collective. And I believe these spaces are also important to identify personal and collective actions that can be taken forward towards promoting democracy and good governance in countries such as Uganda.
So specifically for Uganda, we started with focusing on young people. So academies are targeting young people between the age of 18 and 30 from political parties. And our critical objectives or purpose are basically two. One, to equip young people with knowledge, with skills around good governance, democratic leadership, democratic governance and transformative leadership.
My presence here is just a way of giving back to the young people and trying to inspire them and train them on how to become the kind of ideal politicians we are looking for. And my session today was focused on political ideology and political party systems. I tried to historicize and introduce to the young people the origins of ideology and how it came up. We talked about Marxism and the critique he had about what ideology is. We had conversations around the French Revolution, where this entire conversation about ideology started. And we were taking them through a process in trying to define what their political parties stand for.
It's a pleasure being part of this process, facilitating discussions on local governance, looking at decentralization, looking at thematic areas like federalism, different methods of decentralization, looking at how local governments operate, their finances, the legal infrastructure of the local governments, and the different roles young people can play in ensuring the effective functioning of our local governments.
When you look at one of the principles they actually taught us was participation. Participation should not only stop here at in Kalangala or in this academy. I feel like when we go out there, we're actually supposed to encourage participation of of the people we lead or the people we work with.
When you talk of inclusivity in our country and in Africa at large, there are very many people who are so marginalized, and the aspect of inclusivity gives you helps you to understand the benefits of inclusivity, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to include other people in whatever you're doing, gender equality, gender balance, favoring people who are disadvantaged. We had debates concerning inclusivity of the youth, people with disabilities, in electoral processes. So the aspect of inclusivity is one thing I've understood so much here.
Also learned about political ideologies. I've seen that there are so many parties in Uganda, and they have different political ideologies. But the most important thing is that in these political ideologies, we seem to understand that if you're in opposition, what is that you can do better than that party in the government?
To my understanding of political sphere in Uganda, I can describe it in a context of political system, institutions, and key political actors.
Currently, we are having the multi-party system in Uganda, which also have some simple challenges that we are trying to deal with. But currently, the political sphere in Uganda may be favorable, may be not favorable. But at least if everyone has an opportunity to come up and stand for their values and represent their constituents.
The relevance of the opposition in the country is quite great. The fact that even the current leaders have been opposition themselves defines quite a lot. But I also think the opposition is a breeding ground for new leaders. And the fact that I'm a UID member says a lot, because DP has been in opposition almost forever. But quite a lot of leaders have grown under the umbrella of UID, they have gone under DP, they have gone in FDC and other parties.
I do believe that the opposition in this country is actually relevant, because we realize that the opposition actually helps the government highlight its shortcomings. It questions the policies of the current government, which gives the government a go ahead on what they are supposed to do. Realize that the government actually picks ideas from these opposition parties and they implement them. However, they will not come out directly to say that we have picked actually, or we have copied and pasted this idea from the opposition.
We have seen a remarkable difference from the time the participants came in, from the first semester and now. I would say that the very first time they came, they were afraid. There was a little bit of trust issues. NRM would want to be in their own cocoon, same with JEMA, same with other political parties. But now they are one. If you came in here, you would never know which person belongs to which political party.
We are going to continue nurturing them, continue interacting with them in various spaces. And we're also going to ensure that we integrate them into the entire programming of NIMD to ensure that we do not lose their voices. My name is Primus Bahiji Atkwase, the country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, which is an international organization, headquarters based in The Hague. We are over 20 countries. We strive and to realize inclusive democracies across the world, and by striving for inclusive democracy, we focus on strengthening political party structures, changing the culture, and ensuring that the voices of the minorities, especially young people and women, are part and parcel of the decision-making process. So because of our DNA and belief in inclusive democracy, we, for the last 5 years as a global organization, we've been working on democracy education and democracy schools elsewhere. But as Uganda, at the start of 2002, we started thinking about Democracy Academy for Uganda. And we are happy that this year, 2023, with support from the European Union, we've been able to run our first cohort of the Democracy Academy. We observed that young leaders, young people were getting into leadership positions, but they are not having mentorship, were not having skills, and to harness them and make them better leaders. So we set out to do this.
My name is Gold Ichiriza. Uganda Democracy Academy has taught me transparency, and I've really acquired knowledge, and also engaging with other political parties, people from delegates from different political parties, has taught me a mind of teamwork, and it has really built my mind, has broadened my mind to participate and also gain the art of dialogue.
I've learned a skill of tolerance, because democracy supposes that we are supposed to be tolerant to one another besides the political party inclinations. So one of the skills is tolerance, and the other one is problem solving. I've been asked that instead of playing the blame game, I should be the solution to the problems.
This training, I think, seeks to solve the problems of our ignorance when it comes to how democracy operates. It also seeks to solve a problem of us, the problems of the wrong perceptions that are out there about young people.
I believe that spaces such as a democracy school, which is a leadership training institute, are important in raising the political consciousness of young people, in forming and forging networks and partnerships. I believe that the cohort that has just been equipped and nurtured and nourished will be able to take forward as a collective. And I believe these spaces are also important to identify personal and collective actions that can be taken forward towards promoting democracy and good governance in countries such as Uganda.
So specifically for Uganda, we started with focusing on young people. So academies are targeting young people between the age of 18 and 30 from political parties. And our critical objectives or purpose are basically two. One, to equip young people with knowledge, with skills around good governance, democratic leadership, democratic governance and transformative leadership.
My presence here is just a way of giving back to the young people and trying to inspire them and train them on how to become the kind of ideal politicians we are looking for. And my session today was focused on political ideology and political party systems. I tried to historicize and introduce to the young people the origins of ideology and how it came up. We talked about Marxism and the critique he had about what ideology is. We had conversations around the French Revolution, where this entire conversation about ideology started. And we were taking them through a process in trying to define what their political parties stand for.
It's a pleasure being part of this process, facilitating discussions on local governance, looking at decentralization, looking at thematic areas like federalism, different methods of decentralization, looking at how local governments operate, their finances, the legal infrastructure of the local governments, and the different roles young people can play in ensuring the effective functioning of our local governments.
When you look at one of the principles they actually taught us was participation. Participation should not only stop here at in Kalangala or in this academy. I feel like when we go out there, we're actually supposed to encourage participation of the people we lead or the people we work with.
When you talk of inclusivity in our country and in Africa at large, there are very many people who are so marginalized, and the aspect of inclusivity gives you helps you to understand the benefits of inclusivity, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to include other people in whatever you're doing, gender equality, gender balance, favoring people who are disadvantaged. We had debates concerning inclusivity of the youth, people with disabilities, in electoral processes. So the aspect of inclusivity is one thing I've understood so much here.
Also learned about political ideologies. I've seen that there are so many parties in Uganda, and they have different political ideologies. But the most important thing is that in these political ideologies, we seem to understand that if you are in opposition, what is that you can do better than that party in the government?
To my understanding of political sphere in Uganda, I can describe it in a context of political system, institutions, and key political actors.
Currently, we are having the multi-party system in Uganda, which also have some simple challenges that we are trying to deal with. But currently, the political sphere in Uganda may be favorable, may be non-favorable. But at least if everyone has an opportunity to come up and stand for their values and represent their constituents.
The relevance of the opposition in the country is quite great. The fact that even the current leaders have been opposition themselves defines quite a lot. But I also think the opposition is a breeding ground for new leaders. And the fact that I'm a UID member says a lot, because DP has been in opposition almost forever. But quite a lot of leaders have grown under the umbrella of UID, they have gone under DP, they have gone in FDC and other parties.
I do believe that the opposition in this country is actually relevant, because we realize that the opposition actually helps the government highlight its shortcomings. It questions the policies of the current government, which gives the government a go ahead on what they are supposed to do. Realize that the government actually picks ideas from these opposition parties and they implement them. However, they will not come out directly to say that we have picked actually, or we have copied and pasted this idea from the opposition.
We have seen a remarkable difference from the time the participants came in, from the first semester and now. I would say that the very first time they came, they were afraid. There was a little bit of trust issues. NRM would want to be their own cocoon, same with JEMA, same with other political parties. But now they are one. If you came in here, you would never know which person belongs to which political party.
We are going to continue nurturing them, continue interacting with them in various spaces. And we're also going to ensure that we integrate them into the entire programming of NIMD to ensure that we do not lose their voices. My name is Primus Bahiji Atkwase, the country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, which is an international organization, headquarters based in The Hague. We are over 20 countries. We strive and to realize inclusive democracies across the world, and by striving for inclusive democracy, we focus on strengthening political party structures, changing the culture, and ensuring that the voices of the minorities, especially young people and women, are part and parcel of the decision-making process. So because of our DNA and belief in inclusive democracy, we, for the last 5 years as a global organization, we've been working on democracy education and democracy schools elsewhere. But as Uganda, at the start of 2002, we started thinking about Democracy Academy for Uganda. And we are happy that this year, 2023, with support from the European Union, we've been able to run our first cohort of the Democracy Academy. We observed that young leaders, young people were getting into leadership positions, but they are not having mentorship, we are not having skills, and to harness them and make them better leaders. So we set out to do this.
My name is Gold Ichiriza. Uganda Democracy Academy has taught me transparency, and I've really acquired knowledge, and also engaging with other political parties, people from delegates from different political parties, has taught me a mind of teamwork, and it has really built my mind, has broadened my mind to participate and also gain the art of dialogue.
I've learned a skill of tolerance, because democracy supposes that we are supposed to be tolerant to one another besides the political party inclinations. So one of the skills is tolerance, and the other one is problem solving. I've been asked that instead of playing the blame game, I should be the solution to the problems.
This training, I think, seeks to solve the problems of our ignorance when it comes to how democracy operates. It also seeks to solve a problem of us, the problems of the wrong perceptions that are out there about young people.
I believe that spaces such as the Democracy School, which is a leadership training institute, are important in raising the political consciousness of young people, in forming and forging networks and partnerships. I believe that the cohort that has just been equipped and nurtured and nourished will be able to take forward as a collective. And I believe these spaces are also important to identify personal and collective actions that can be taken forward towards promoting democracy and good governance in countries such as Uganda.
So specifically for Uganda, we started with focusing on young people. So academies are targeting young people between the age of 18 and 30.
Very many notes, and also embossed them into the experience we have so far as youth, looking forward to leadership, especially in different political positions, as well as the different political parties to which we affiliate, because the essence here is about multi-party politics and democracy. We're looking at the 20 years journey that Uganda has made since 2005, since the time multi-party politics came to light in Uganda. and how it is being managed today. Our panelists are also in the house, and that is a task that I will leave to be done by my elder brother, the moderator, who will handle this session in the afternoon, the early afternoon, Mr. Charles Odomtho. But for now, that we have congregated, I also want to alert you that we have our graduates from the academy who will be joining us. And we also have graduates in the crowd right now who have also been taking on different programs that have been organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and its partners. I would like to say congratulations to you all for braving this brief journey, but comprehensive journey. I'm optimistic we've learned a lot. Now, without much ado, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker this morning. Our keynote speaker is Professor Waswa Balunywa. We all do know about him. Thank you very much for that clap. He is a Ugandan economist, banker, humanitarian, scholar in management, leadership, entrepreneurship, and the list goes on and on and on. If I was to read out his profile, I think we would spend the whole day here. So he has a very big wealth of knowledge. He served as the principal of Makerere University Business School, and he is the founder of the Balunywa Foundation. It is based in Iganga district and aims at ensuring that the community and Ugandans at large have a better living standard through education. Prof, through this foundation, has sponsored and helped many young people to succeed in life. That one we do know. And this is through education and hands-on skills, including tailoring, farming, saving schemes, and computer skills. And part of this foundation is one of the key reasons he is here to impart leadership. The Balunywa Leadership Academy, a leadership and mentorship program that is based under the Balunywa Foundation. So as one of our elders, he is indeed laying the path for us future leaders and also inspiring us to, in the future, from the experience we have garnered, to also start initiatives that train the youth who are in nursery, as we said now, who will be coming up later. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Waswa Balunywa. You're welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Very good morning to all of you friends. I must thank you for inviting me to be here this morning and share a few things about politics. I am not in the area of politics, but you cannot explain economics without politics. And this puts me into that very delicate position. My presentation this morning, I wonder whether somebody has put up, is failing to show up, but it's about the tragedy of democracy without ideology. That's my presentation this morning. The tragedy of democracy without ideology. For the time I'm here, I must put some disclaimers. First of all, this is an academic submission from my perspective. You will see it differently. Two, I want you to bottle up. Please bottle up your sentiments, religious, tribal, whatever it is, if you want to understand what democracy means and the way ahead for you as young people. If you have sentiments and hate me for what I'm going to say, I'm very sorry. But that will be the truth. To be able to understand the last 20 years and be able to move ahead, we need to look a little bit back into history. I had a video to show, but it's not coming up. That video is about a lady, you may have seen it on social media, picture on social media, a young girl about 16 years old. She has 4 children, and she was abandoned by the husband. So she goes back to her father, and the father is appealing to the public to help in feeding these children. This video explains the why and what of politics. Why do we need to help this girl? And what do we need to do to help this girl? Not girl, she's a woman with 4 children, she's a woman. And the other videos I had, pictures I had, one is of agriculture. Since I was born, I have seen people using a hoe as a basic instrument of production. And I believe when I die, possibly, unless you create that change, we may still be using the same hoe. What is life about? Life is about you enjoying the highest standard of living that you can give to yourself. And who is responsible? It's you, not government. It's you. Are you capable of doing it? Maybe yes, maybe not. So when I talk about the whole, look at what is happening in the developed countries. They're using drones for agriculture, combine harvesters for agriculture. If you have less than 10 acres in this country to do agriculture, I'm sorry you're wasting your time. I'll give you some statistics also. I don't necessarily agree with the ones I saw in the budget last week, which said 16% of Ugandans are poor. And I think, let me give you an indication of poverty in this country. If you go to the Ministry of Education website, they're going to give you the number of children joining P1. The number of children joining P1. If you go back to 2007, that number may have been about 1.4 million. This year, possibly it's about 2.7 million. Now, only 30% of those children who join P1 are able to finish P7. Only 30%. The rest simply drop out. The question is, what are they doing? So simply add up that figure from 2007 to today. Just if 1 million people have been dropping out, how many people are those? In the last 18 years or so, maybe 18 million people. They're all poor. They're all poor. What are these girls impregnated by boys who are 14, 15 years old? They are giving birth. Not to babies, to poverty. So when you talk about 16% of the population being poor, there's a problem there. Because already that 18 million people out of the 45 are poor. And it is an underestimate. 2, 70% of our people live off agriculture, subsistence farming. So that component of production is not within monetized GDP. Those people are poor. 80% of our people live in rural areas. They don't have access to electricity. I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, access to electricity is about 22%. And we don't use it. We don't use it for cooking because it's very expensive. Now, of the 22% who have access to electricity, mainly in urban areas, out of that 22, about 18% live in slums. Now, these are figures. This is poverty I'm talking about. And your role as politicians is to support the transformation of these people. That is the why of politics. How can we, as people who want to serve others, help in the transformation of society? That's the role of leadership. Leaders empower people, leaders inspire people, leaders create change in people from poverty to a good standard of living. That is why you are seeking this political office. So, if you go back into history, oh, this thing has come up. Well, if you go back into history, you'll find that before the British came here, we had a wonderful society. Indeed, we did, given the economic environment that we have. So what do? They come in here and they take over. 1900, British signed an agreement with Uganda, which takes away Uganda's authority. If you don't know, I was telling you, please bottle up your sentiments, because these are facts. They took away the authority of the king in 1900. 1903, they introduced coffee and cotton because they were having a problem. How can we tax? How can the peasants contribute to development? And 1926, we have the Uganda Levy come up and the Indians show up. And what happens? In the 1945, Ignatius Musazi goes on the streets of Kampala, riots in Kampala. I want you to understand these riots from two perspectives. Again, please bottle up your sentiment. Amin rioted in 1972. You will riot in the coming years over the same issue. What was YK Musazi rioting about? He was saying, allow Africans into business. Remove that preference you are giving to the Indian community to have to be the only people who can sell things. So go and read about the Uganda riots led by YK Musazi. And what did the British say? He's a communist. You know, the easiest way to silence people is to give them names which the public will accept. So, YK Musazi struggles, and let's remember him. I think he's a nationalist. He's the only person lying in Kololo. You know, I hope that, I don't know whether any one of you will be able to be put there, whether it will be a nationalist enough to be buried in the Kololo grounds. So, what was happening then? Africans were not in business. What was the role of the colonial government? To enrich Britain. Because the history of slave trade was take slaves, take these poor people, let them go and work free. When this stopped, there was colonialism. Now go in there, manage their countries, take out the resources, don't let them become wealthy. So the politicians who were aware of what was taking place decided to fight for independence. Kwame Nkrumah, Nyerere, all these people, including YK Musazi, who in 1952 launched the Uganda National Congress. In 1954, Chwanuka launched the Democratic Party. And these are our problems. You as young people, these are our problems. And I was telling you, bottle up your sentiments if you want to understand the issues on the ground. Why was the Democratic Party established? to take care of the interests of the Catholic community. Why? Because the British, they did a wonderful job. All the kings in this country are Anglican. I was a Katukiro of Soga one time when the other Chabazinga was about to die. And the most eligible person was the Catholic. So I told him, unfortunately, you can't be Chabazinga because in the church in Bugembe, there is a seat in the Anglican church for the Chabazinga. So you're Catholic, you can't go and sit there. These are realities. You may sweep them under the carpet. Yeah. So, Obote joins the fray in the struggle for independence. And the British were a bit naive. They ordered for the first elections in Uganda for self-governance. And guess who won? DP won. And they were angry. They were angry. Now, you are going to read British books and history, so you'll not find this in that history. It's not written anywhere. But Benedicto Chwaneka was the first Prime Minister of Uganda. And what happened? They got so angry that they arranged the independence elections. They were forced to. And during that election, Kabaka did not participate. KY did not participate. So the British arranged a conference in London where the KOI and UPC could come together and agree these two were Anglicans. And they came together and they won the elections. Now, some of the historical issues is that Uganda had a wonderful administrative system which up to date we have adopted. You know, the SAZA, the county and all that. Very good system. But the mistake that the British did was make him a president of Uganda. I'm going to say something, please don't hate me for that. Because of that, Uganda cannot give us a president. Uganda cannot give us a president for the following reasons. One, if you're in Uganda, you can never be above the Kabaka. So how can you be a president of Uganda? You are young people, you are looking at where you want to go. And I'm telling you, that is not possible. Two, if you are to have elections in this country, the majority of people in this country are Catholics. The British locked the Catholics out of the administrative system deliberately. In 1962, the Catholic schools produced more students, but they didn't enter Makerere. Go to the figures. They didn't enter Makerere as long as the British were controlling the entrance into Makerere. These are the foundations for the political system you are on today. So if you had free and fair elections in this country, the Catholics would win it. Because our politics, and this is where I want you to go, the issue of ideology, our politics is still based on religion. Unfortunately, boy, these are difficult things to say, but I'll say them. When Milton Obote abolished the kingdoms, the Baganda were angry. and they have never forgiven him. Never. So the reality is that the Baganda and the Acholis and Langis will not work together. The Baganda have the majority Catholics, the Acholis have majority Catholics. Together, they'll win an election driven by religion. But they can't come together. So they cannot. Fast forward, you can see what's taking place around the country. Fast forward. It's for you to make the decisions on what I'm saying. So, something I've not talked about is the issue of ideology. When Wycombe Sazi was leading riots, he was called a communist. He was labeled the what of politics. The why we know. We want to transform people's lives. But how do we do it? How we do it is an issue of ideology. The British locked Africans out of business. So, 1962, go and read the World Bank report, which advised the post-independence government on the future of Uganda. That planning report, written by the Planning Commission, if you go to the first 5-year development plan, Prime Minister Obote says we have accepted and adopted the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the World Bank. The World Bank said Africans should be in backyard industries, Asians in trade. The what of politics. So we get into somehow, very interestingly, World War II was won by those countries, you know, including Britain. At that time, the Labour Party was ruling in Britain. The Labour Party is socialistic leaning. It has emphasis on the private sector, on the public sector. It had more public enterprises. So the Labour Party in the various countries where Britain ruled, they went out to establish public enterprises. And in 1952, the Uganda Development Corporation was established in Uganda with a mandate to spearhead industrial, commercial and agricultural development. The UDC grew very, very much because of the vacuum. But who else grew? The Indian community. It's a privilege for me to sit on the Madivani board. Big business. By the time 1971, when the Indians left, the Madivani establishment contributed 10% of Uganda's tax revenue. That's how big they were. That's how big they were. So, the issues of ideology, Obote, you know, African countries to fight independence went to the socialist countries. They did not necessarily understand what ideology meant. They were simply looking at somebody who can help them. So the Western countries saw these African politicians as socialists. So when Obote accepts the recommendation of the World Bank in 1962, he's accepting capitalism as the philosophy, as the ideology of Uganda. However, Obote, influenced by his colleagues Nyerere, Kaunda, and other people in the region, and the problem that were coming up in South Africa and Rhodesia, they decided that to be able to get independence, you needed the socialist countries to support you. So, when Obote fails to work with Mutesa he kicks out Mutesa. Sorry, the Baganda, what I'm going to say is very interesting. That was the first step to democratization of this country, but it failed. Because in 1993, the NRM brought back kingdoms. I support the Chabazinga very much, but if you want democracy, these institutions should not be like the way they are. India had kingdoms. It managed them. You never hear about kings in India. Can we learn from them? They can only be managed by the state, and we're not doing a very good job at it. Because when they shout, we listen. Then we also oppress them. So please, if you're Muganda, Musoga, whatever it is, I'm telling you, if you want democracy in this country, forget about kingdoms. The way they were originally. There's nothing wrong in recognizing these people, in supporting them, in ensuring that they are able to live the way they lived. My good friend, the late Professor Ansibambi, always raised the Buganda question. And my mentor, the Right Honorable Chintu Musoke, would say, how about the Karamoja question? You know? I pay tribute to that gentleman, because what you see coming from me is partly from him. I'm his student. You know, a radical Muganda who believed that the only way you're going to transform this country is through democratic means. But democracy does not work with kingdoms, because kingdoms are hereditary. So there is a lot of confusion in our minds, we who come from kingdom areas. I must support the Chabazinga, but then how can I support democracy? The two won't work. So, when Obote got rid of Mutesa, in 1967, the Arusha Declaration, Nyerere announces that Tanzania is going to be socialist. It was popular. 1969, President Obote, the move to the left, Common Man's Charter, he announces this country is going to be socialist. The only reason, valid reason why Obote was overthrown was because of that, nothing else. He's overthrown because he had nationalized companies. So, fast forward, 1983, when Obote comes back here, what did he do? 1981, he had a recovery program. 1982, he did what was known as the revised recovery program, introducing free market economics in the country. 1983, the Departed Agents Something Act to return the properties of Indians to them. But Idi Amin had already paid them, by the way. Because now he didn't want to leave. He didn't want to leave. You leave, you get rid of free market economics, you leave. And there's evidence. Sankara left. Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown. Patrice Lumumba died. Magufuli died. Regime change. That's how powerful the Western countries have been. So, Idi Amin had a wonderful cabinet, wonderful policies which he never implemented. So that time, we see Uganda's economy, by 1979, the economy had declined by 25%. By 1986, 85, when Museveni comes to power, it had further declined by another 7%. So, what do we have? 1981, we have the DP, Catholic, and the UPC, Anglican, and my party, UPM. We were subsidiary UPC. I'm telling you, nobody is going to give you this information. So NRM had no basis because it had no it had no religious background. So you are establishing a party today? Without a religious base, you have a problem. Because our country is still based on religion. I am a Muslim. And when Muhammad Mayanja wanted to become president of this country, my discussions with the intellectual Muslims said, where is your base? Sorry, I can't support you. I can only support NRM M7 because he's my man. So, this one is a bad Muslim, whatnot. To me, my assessment was, you cannot have a base sufficient enough for you to have a political party. So, remember, we are focusing on democracy. That's our main tool. So, Obote comes back, is elected, and at that time the issue was DP, UPC. We in the other party, we had one vote, Kionga, one MP was elected, And if we continue with religious politics, don't be surprised if NRM turns back into UPC party. You are looking at the future, 20 years of multi-party politics. That's where we will go, unless if you manage it properly. Unless if you base your politics on ideology, on the what. So, Museveni comes with a 10-point program. And point number 10 is about public enterprises. And he does a wonderful job trying to sell goods on barter trade. But how can you challenge the dollar? Who are you? Barter trade worked. If you go into the records, they will tell you it didn't work. Because whose records are we reading? Whom are we listening to? You see, when you do barter trade, you are eliminating the dollar. And global trade is in the dollar. That's why right now with BRICS, the issues are coming up. Can we kill the dollar? It's not going to go away for some time, but it will. It will, because the power has shifted. So, Museveni comes as a socialist. Very difficult statement I'm going to make again. Forgive me. And they bring Lakwena. Who brought Lakwena? The people who thought Museveni was a socialist. Uganda has always supported the black South Sudan, what you call South Sudan today. So it was very easy when you want to fight Museveni, go to the north and tell that, was he called Bashir at that time? Tell him, go get our goods, our arms to Lakwena to fight this man who is a socialist. and check the records, in May 1987, President Museveni himself stood on the dais like this and read the change in the economic policy. He moved away from socialism to capitalism. 1987, May 1987, he did this. And he's still president. You know, I have this, my son, Magezi, this Mwahaha, is here. He wants to be president. Magezi, stand up and wave there. They see this. He's trying to learn politics. So, you know, don't worry about him. He's not going to contest with Museveni. He wants to be known. Now you know him, don't you? So 15 years later on, he's going to be hot. Magezi. So, what was the issue now? The issue in the background has been ideology. Museveni coming in as a socialist, experimenting with socialism, and he burnt his fingers, and today he's converted. Now and again, the socialist in him comes up. Now and again. But he knows it won't work. Not in the environment we're working in. So, you who are aspiring to be politicians, these are the schools in this country. And your role is to support the transformation of these schools. That is Kampala parents. You know? That's where possibly some of you went. Me, I can't complain. I am from the privileged class. I can't complain. Yes, can't complain. That is what you are aspiring to do. How do we get our people out of that? How do you get them out of that? Oh, is it ended? I thought I had some more pictures there. So, what is democracy without ideology? If you go back into history, into Uganda's history, when NRM, when President Museveni opened up the political space, and we had, I think at that time, Kaanga Semogere stand against him. You go back and look at the manifestos of all the political parties, because that is where the what is. The only person who wrote substantively was this musician, what's his name? Senkubuge? Was that his name? He wanted to be president or something like that. He's the only person who has a different manifesto. The rest of the manifestos are the same. So what are you talking about? What power are you struggling for? The essence of seeking political power is for you to be able to contribute to the transformation of society. For you to be able to give your people a higher standard of living than what they have. For you to be able to provide an enabling atmosphere for people to act. For the entrepreneurs to pursue business. For the teachers to teach. For the rest of the community in the world to be able to do what they feel is best for them. And that is what we've called ideology. How to govern the state. How should we govern people? And essentially, it's about economic policy. What are the economic policies we put in place? And the struggle has been between free market economics, as advocated by Adam Smith and the rest of the economists, and socialism, where the state has an important role to play. So the world has been split on those two. The Labour Party is on the socialist, the Conservative Party is on the right. The Republicans are on the right, the Democrats are on the left. But in the Western countries, they agree that yes, it is important to have the individual to determine what they want to do. The difference in them is emphasis. If you go to the Scandinavian countries, they are capitalist. But what do? To remove inequalities, they tax. Just taxation. The conservatives will say less tax. The socialists will say tax people more so that you can give others a better standard of living. So for you as young people who are looking at democracy today, you are saying, how should we govern ourselves as a country? How should we govern ourselves? Should we have more emphasis on the state playing an important role, or less? The current economic policies are the state should not play a very important role in the economy. That's our current state. The economic policy that we operate in is a free market economy. And after 1987, things happened. I was part of those committees which recommended the dismantling of the public sector. Sell them. We sold them. Today, I think there are a few public enterprises left. Maybe National Water, but no social services. The defense has its own industries, but you can't call them. We don't know what happens there, but they're working very well. And I don't know which else is out there working in the public sector as a public enterprise for profit. The majority of our public enterprises are regulatory in nature. So we opened up the economy. There used to be one radio. There are now, I don't know how many there, 300. There used to be one UTV, which would open at 6 and close at 11. Today you have a 24-hour TV. I don't know, you have Netflix today. All this is a result of the private sector. Today, whatever you are seeing is a result of the effort of the private sector. So it is true, the private sector, the incentive in the private sector is so much that you will see transformation in the private sector, in society. The problem, there's a dark side. When you go to countries like UK and USA where you have that pure capitalism, it creates an underclass. I'm sure you have a relative who is in the UK and works for 18 hours a day, 20 hours a day for the capitalist. That is the problem with capitalism. So President Museveni opens up the economy and says, you guys come do business. And indeed they came. Not Ugandans, the Indians and the Chinese and the rest of the people, because they are more exposed to entrepreneurship. Uganda is one of the most entrepreneurial countries in the world, by the way. 30% of Ugandans will be in business. But guess the type of business we are in, border. I'm sure you may be using AI today. That's where the business is. That's where the future is. But we are on border. We are on border. So when Museveni fails to find the Africans, he goes out. You can't blame him. The riots of the 1940s, The Idi Amin of 1972 is going to happen in you. I will not mention the reasons, you know what I'm talking about. So you, as young aspirants to leadership who are seeking to transform this society, must understand that when you are struggling for power, you are struggling for power so that your ideas are superior to whatever ideas are being presented by other people. You are so lucky that all these ideas have been tested. And we know how they work. And we know the consequences of these ideas. The question is whether you know them, whether you understand them. We should move away from politics of religion to politics of ideas. Move away from politics of tribe to politics of ideas. We are looking at socio-economic transformation. We want to see how our society can change. We want to see how the ordinary person can enjoy a higher standard of living. And which are those ideas that will create that? That is what you should aspire to have. So, religion and tribe has no role in democracy. So as long as we have our democracy based on these aspects of sectarianism, I'm sorry. This country is not about to transform. How can we get the 70% of people in agricultural production out of agriculture? Because the figures indicate that the people in agriculture in developed countries range between 2 to 5%. But we have 70%. That is your task. How do you do that? How do you ensure that these 70% of the people who get into P1 actually complete P7? You are my right audience. I have been advocating for the abolition of PLE. And thank God, I think now it was stated recently. There was a lot of effort to get there. I am also advocating for the abolition of senior 4 exams. You know, when I said this, somebody said, okay, but how does somebody join secondary? I said, so what? What for? Why do you have PLA? Give me an answer. You will say, as a basis for joining secondary. Not so. It's not necessary. These are methods of holding you back. What we need is to be able to bring our children from whatever age, 6, 7 to age 18 in school. There will be no transformation in this country unless if those people stay in school. As long as they are out of school, I'm very sorry, my young people. No development is going to take place here. Because even not reaching P7, what can you do other than border? What can you do? You go back to agriculture. So join me in advocating for an external examination fee education environment. Join P1 up to P12, whatever name you want to call it. When you are at home, your parents give you some skills. I'm sure we have enough researchers in this country to be able to tell us what are the skills you should give to people at different levels in the education system. True, we have brought a new scheme. I I don't know how it is working, because some schools are saying they don't have the facilities to make it work. But we must reform education. We must put emphasis on science and education and technology. As long as 70% of people are in agriculture using a hoe, you will not compete with anybody. You will not be able to sell anything anywhere. You will not be able to transform this society. So all this depends on whether you are able to bring science and technology into the house of every Ugandan, so that we can get out of agriculture. As technology changes, we are at the risk of one day somebody telling us that, you see, you can no longer grow maize. It is being manufactured in a factory somewhere. I'm sure you've seen rice manufactured in a factory somewhere. So it may be cheaper for us to buy the maize from some other place. So friends, we have been able to see what we have done in the last 20 years, the transformation that we are seeing in terms of democracy. My personal feeling is that we're not yet there. We're not yet there because when I look at the manifestos, the people seeking power, nobody is saying something different. Nobody is saying something different. We should hold our elections based on ideology, not tribe, not religion. So, the people who have just come in may not know where we came from. I requested people to bottle their sentiments, religious and tribal, so that I can speak out, and don't hold me responsible for what I've said. You can just try to verify it. So going ahead, what is going to happen in the coming elections? What is going to happen in the coming elections? I'm not a fortune teller, but I believe that the elections, especially in Uganda, will be based on two sentiments, or four: tribe, religion, youth, and the popularity of the candidates. Not the platform to transform people. The recent election in Kawempe is a very good example. Tell me of any ideas that came out of the candidates on improving the life of people in Kawempe. Nothing. So, as you watch out for the election manifestos of the different parties, watch out. I mean, this is a prime time to look at what are the different parties saying in terms of the ideology, how to manage society, how are we going to cause this transformation. I don't think you're going to see something. So you, as young people aspiring to lead this country ahead, look for people who think like you, who have ideas like you, of how we can transform society. But you have a very difficult task, because the foundation we have laid is a foundation of tribalism, a foundation of religion. To break that requires leaders who are willing to sacrifice. If you're willing to sacrifice that, go out there and sing about it. But why are people seeking parliament, MPs, to get a car? they earn 30 million plus allowances. That's what I want to get. And they get in there, one term they're out, or 2 terms they're out, and that's the end of them. I've not seen a politician come out to talk about, this is my program to transform my people. But there are beautiful posters around telling us about, I want to be elected an MP. I want to be elected a mayor. So friends, I want to conclude by saying the last 20 years of democracy in this country have no important lessons for you, unfortunately. If there are lessons of tribe, religion, money, enrichment, so we need to break that. We need to break that by creating a society which is based on ideas rather than a society based on religion. Thank you very much for listening to me this morning.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that very incisive lecture. I'm very optimistic we've picked a lot. And without taking much more time, I would like to as we let the lecture sink in, I'll invite my elder brother, Mr. Charles Odongtho, to come to the fore and take us through the next session, which is a panel discussion. Welcome, Charles. Is it morning or still morning? Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Simon, for managing the program. And Professor, thank you so much. Professor, thank you so much for the deep reflections. And I am excited that you always still have time to share with the nation your very rich experience and also the candor with which you deliver your presentations that are very necessary to our nation. Certainly, many people will get angry. You can't avoid that. Emotions and sentiments are part of life. But we keep moving on and we change bit by bit. We are going to, ordinarily there would be a discussion of your topic, but the organizers, and we thank NIMD, have chosen that the discussions should be through more reflections and sharing and dialoguing, a conversation of the young people that I'm going to, and some old ones to also, challenge their thoughts. So I have a panel that is going to come here shortly. But Professor, I liked it when towards the end of your presentation, you touched on leadership aspiration. I kept hearing you say, you know, the young people aspiring for political office. And my thinking is that these young people and many others are being taught for leadership positions. It can be leadership in public sector, it can be leadership of business, it can be leadership in academia, like we have just been learning from you, and throughout your career, we have really, really learned a lot from you, and you are a great leader in that capacity. So I think we need to unlearn and relearn that. For me, that is what I keep thinking about, that these people, these young people, the vanguard of our nation, the future of our nation, should be told, and it should be on and on, that the leadership they're aspiring for is not only elective leadership, because that then can create some misunderstanding. So I thought I would start by making that humble rejoinder. I have a panel, very interesting panel, mixed panel, and I want to take the opportunity to invite them here one by one. I will invite Mr. Henry Lubowa from the SG of the Social Democratic Party. My good friend Henry, kindly come and take your seat. The second person will be my great friend and a brother from West Nile, Angelo Izama. Kindly come forward. Angelo is a scholar, a journalist, and a very exciting speaker. We come a long way back, and I get excited to see him in nice suits these days. He has never liked that in his life. He loved jeans as a journalist. But Angelo, it's good to have you on the panel. Let's clap for them if you choose. We will have Shamim Nambasa, former guild president of Makerere University. She is contesting in her own right for Kawempe South. Did they call it Lord Councillor? Yes. And young people, please do everything to make her pass. She is one of those that I love so much, because I was just getting out of campus when I was doing my law school. Then she came in as the leader. But I think I've followed her, and I think she has a lot of sense beyond just the ideology of young people. I will also invite Belinda Amanya, Speaker, East Africa Youth Parliament. Thank you very much, Belinda, for always standing up to youth issues, and for ensuring that the voices of the young people flourish. The next person I will invite is Sharon Atuhire. Is it Atuhaire or Atuhire? Atuhaire. Sharon, you're most welcome to join the panel. She's guild speaker from Kyambogo University. Young people means energy, enthusiasm, and when you clap, clap well, clap for your friends, so that they can be energized, right? Before I go further, I want to welcome back from the academy the last 2 weeks or some few days, Professor, the gentlemen and women who have just come in have been on the island in Kalangala, going through similar, really the same kind of upbringing, for lack of a better word. Training organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, and they have just finished that training yesterday. And today is their graduation as well, which we shall be happy to attend if you invite us. So we will have an exchange. And we shall be shortly joined by, I think, Honorable Nsereko, our MP for Kampala Central. I've been told he sent in an apology for delayed arrival, but he will be joining us, and we will give him some minutes to join us. So, I want to recognize all of you, and for me it's an individual honor and privilege to be part of this discussion, part of this academy from the beginning, last 3 years, and the discussions we usually have organized by NIMD, Primus and colleagues and the team, the entire team. So I'm always happy to share my, humble thoughts when given opportunity on how the young people, on how Uganda can benefit from this demographic group. The theme for these 2 days is a reflection on 20 years of multi-party politics, the role of young people in building a democratic, united, and prosperous Uganda. We must not forget that. But for our specificity, our topic for the panel is an interesting one. I hope we shall do it justice, and I'll give it some context. The topic is a futuristic outlook of multi-party democracy in Uganda, indigenous versus innovations and tools. Now, it's an exotic, sounds rather complex, sounds very academic, but I will invite my panel here to break it down and, lessen the the sophistication, the too much sophistication in it, and bring it home. First of all, this is a very important symposium, and I will not overstate that. As chairman of the panel, as a moderator, I want to welcome all of us to pay attention to the discussions that are being brought forth, and just a bit of reflection on the context of our discussion. Uganda's journey towards multi-party democracy, like Professor has said, has been shaped by our rich indigenous governance practices and modern political systems. Currently, we stand at a crossroads, though, because now we are talking about tradition meeting innovation, tradition meeting new tools of democratic engagement, and the future of our democracy really depends on how we harness this, the tools that we have in our hands. And the indigenous roots of democratic governance had communities relying on consensus, dialogue, leadership chosen by elders or community assemblies. These practices fostered participation, accountability, and conflict resolution grounded in cultural values. We had roundtable meetings, usually led by elders, opinion leaders, guided debates. There were fireplace conversations, and NIMD is trying to reintroduce that as well, and there are discussions going on at the fireplace. But there was also a sense of community good. That's very important for us to mark and note as we go into the discussions. Picking from Professor's keynote presentation, indeed a keynote, he talked about now we are looking at more pockets, money. That's why we want to go into especially political office. These traditions emphasized values of inclusivity, dialogue, respect for elders, and collective decision-making, principles that still resonate in building trust and social cohesion. There was community good. So, we are talking about modern tools, and that's what we are going to be discussing. We are talking about things to do with Twitter, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, Facebook, or Google Groups, name them. Mobile voting now in Makerere. Those of you in Makerere, you know about now digital voting. These are transforming how we engage in politics, data analytics, e-governance, online petitions. You have followed what is going on with the Gen Zs in Nairobi, for example. Those are your fellow young people. Radio debates are tools for empowering citizens like never before. But as I turn to the panel, I want to warn, these tools have both sides. They are also dangerous and are easily prone to being abused. They can build you, but also destroy you, depending on how you use them. So, my panel, turning to you, you have listened to Professor and interesting discussions therefrom. I want to start with Mr. Lubowa from the Social Democratic Party. Professor, while winding up, talked about, he painted some gloomy pictures of politics of identity rather than ideology, politics of tribe, of religion. Can this be done away with, in your view? Let's start from there.
Thank you. I am Lubowa Henry. I am standing in for Right Honorable Matthias Mpuga. Is the leader of the Democratic Front. So I'm representing the Democratic Front. The Democratic Front is not a party in itself. It is a frontline organization that houses different political parties, the SDP inclusive. It houses civil society groups and individuals. And after next week is the official launch, Charles will know the extent of the Democratic Front. Honorable Mpuga is in Soroti, so he was not able to be here because he had to be there for purposes of the launch of the Democratic Front. He sends apologies. Having said that, I have been part of this multi-party struggle for some time. And to be able to reflect on the future outlook of multi-partyism, you also must walk the extent of the fight for multi-partyism in this country. I must tell you that I was chairman of the UYD in 1998 here in Makerere. And having been chairman of the UYD in 98 here in Makerere when I did my first degree, we interfaced with a lot of politicians who are very powerful today, and I want to tell you as follows. One, when the NRM came here in 1986, they did not want functional multi-partyism, and I think that is where the story starts. Professor did not touch that. I just want to remind him that legal notice number 1 of 1986 was to the effect that political parties will not function beyond the boundaries of Kampala. And that is the cradle of problems of multipartyism in Uganda. And we can define later, after 1995 constitution, there was an insertion in the constitution article, it was called Article 269. Article 269 was to the effect that it tightened the screws of legal notice 1, which barred political parties beyond the boundaries of Kampala. That was the first reign of terror of political parties. I'll tell you the second reign of terror. But that was the first one. People were beaten because the law said at that time that whereas parties can function not beyond the boundaries of Kampala, they were not supposed to do or engage in activities that would undermine the development of the movement. Now, the development of the movement has now metamorphosed into the current NRM. So you wanted to develop a multi-party system that is now in existence, but you were killing its growth, yet it was a reality. There were political parties. There was the DP, there was the UPC, they had issues, but the law, the constitution was burning, and the state would unleash all its apparatus to ensure that that law existed. And that happened up to 2005. But there was another scenario that is interesting. In the early 2000s, we did not have the NIMDs. We did not have these interesting organizations. Welcome our dear brother. We did not have the NIMDs. But surprisingly, the youth at that time, the 2000s, the 1990s, thank you. And I wish to welcome Honorable Seriko. There was no NIMDs. There were no platforms like this. But there were platforms at that time that grew to nurture youth. And one of them was the Uganda Young Democrats. There was also the Uganda Young Movementists. Now the question is, why were they vibrant at one time, and why were they crushed at another time? Because if you know why the NRM was not interested in their budding young organization of the UIM, you also know the extent of the rot or the problems parties are facing. Because these organizations, in the absence of supporting organizations like the NIMDs, did a very good job of training and nurturing young leaders. I want to tell you, when we were here in Makerere, the competitions for leadership, guild president, chairpersons, and other leaders were very, very competitive, but based on ideas. Leaders like the Honorable Norbert Maus, who later became national leaders, the late Olanyas, they are leaders who went through those organizations, and at that time they had values they stood for. And when I look, Mr. Dongto, when I look at the current setup of the NRM Secretariat, and if you gave me time, I would count one to one every person in the NRM Secretariat was at one time a UYD. So you would ask, why was the NRM not interested in developing their youth organization, but very interested in poaching from the opposition youth group all the leaders that were nurtured without money, that were nurtured with all the poverty that was, and they are now doing their work at the Secretariat.
Okay.
So I want to end that one at that, but I wanted to take you to give you a reflection of what happened then.
Okay.
Fast forward. I want us to look at the determinants.
In 1 minute.
Oh, the determinants. You just give me 2 minutes, I'll be done. Determinants of the outlook. Now, there are what we call unresolved issues. Unresolved issues are the key elements that will determine the future of multipartyism in Uganda. And the first one, peaceful transfer of power. Now, we have never had a peaceful transfer of power since independence. Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't resolve the issue of peaceful transfer of power, then our multipartyism will be chaotic. Because, you know, everywhere transitions have failed to be handled properly, it is chaos. And if you want to know whether we shall have a stable multipartyism, look at how transition is going to be handled. And I think you can understand what I'm talking about. 2, the limits of the military in the power matrix. We have an unresolved issue of where the military starts and ends. You all know before we had police. But before you know, we started from IGP, the IGP. The president started appointing the IGP who was military to police. And before we know, they started entering operations. Now, even at recruitment and these usual operations of police, you find police side by side with the military. And even in the simplest civil engagements like youth elections, you find the military. Now, we also need to resolve that unresolved issue of where the military begins and where it ends. Because if you don't determine where the military begins or ends, you will have a chaotic multi-party future. Because yesterday in Parliament, we had an issue. Now, the military wants also to preside over civil matters. They want to determine whether the decisions you made to protest were rightful or wrong. So I think the role and limits of military will determine also how we handle them today, will determine the perfect future of multipartism.
Mr.
Third,
Libo,
as I wind up.
Allow me first to move to one of your colleagues, because we have given you already 6 minutes, but my intention was we use 3 minutes for each.
And you didn't indicate. Yes. Had you indicated, I wouldn't have gone back.
It's always good standard practice to, yes, okay, so that we keep it conversational.
I give way.
Please, thank you. I'll come back to you certainly. Angelo, I am still interested in us unlocking, or disabusing the young people's perception of the kind of picture that Professor painted. Politics of identity rather than ideology. Can the young people, these leaders of today and also going forward, future leaders, can they be, and how can they divorce themselves from politics of identity and go for issue-based politics, as Professor put it?
Thank you, Charles. The Lord is good, and all the time. Thank you. I wear very many hats, but I actually love being a student. Yesterday I came to listen to Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi, because I hadn't seen him in a long time, and I heard he was speaking, and I knew he had something good to say. I wasn't disappointed. Today has also been equally exciting. I guess, for those who came late, especially those from the academy, you missed the professor's presentation. And that was truly exciting, and I would have been more comfortable, Charles, if I had remained as a student on the other side. That said, again, in the spirit of the academy, this is a university, and this is a university teaching hall, you will agree that the question that Charles asked was not answered by my colleague here on the left. If that had been an exam, the professor here would fail him. He was asked whether or not you can get rid of identity politics from our political establishment, right? Can tribe and religion be abolished and replaced with ideas? This is what the professor was grappling with. The answer is yes, and the how is what I want to address now. In 2013, I was privileged to be offered an opportunity like this to give a lecture about political transition, my own space. So I was doing what the professor was doing. And the title of that lecture was Why Uganda Needs a Constitutional Crisis. Because the only way you get out of the kind of fix that we are in is if there's a crisis so big that it completely upends the political system as a whole. Because the problem you're dealing with is not how to make small adjustments to the conduct of politics. Of course, the professor talked about the history of that, where it came from. And Right Honorable Mbabazi yesterday tried to explain that following the Uganda crisis, they had a system called a no-party democracy as a response. That no-party system, and here I'm going to reveal my politics, that no-party system was a homegrown ideological response to the way Uganda had been set up as a polity. And our professor went through the struggles during independence and some of the tensions, including the geopolitics of the time. But then, you know, Uganda went from the putative monarchies, the struggle under British colonialism, the response of Ugandan professionals and trade unionists. But after independence, we all know what happened. We had a crisis, very much from the beginning. We hit 66, a major national crisis. The army he's talking about got involved, courtesy of Milton Obote opening that door. And then we had a military government after that, and civil war. Now, if you take the big ideological questions, which the professor has said don't even matter today because you cannot tell, you know, I think apart from Mohamed Sereko, who's started a party that's based on an ideological platform now, what anyone stands for. Today, the politics you're getting into over the last 20 years has simply burdened the state with a top-heavy government, 500 and something MPs. All of you here have relatives who may be raising money for the elections. I was in conversations this week about that too, because I have friends who are running. I was actually in a conversation with the minister who was trying to raise money, and he, in his constituency, just for the NRM primary alone, he's trying to raise 1.2 billion shillings. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, this is not a system you want to reform. This is a system you want to get rid of. Okay? You want to get rid of this system because it's not working. The no-party system after the civil wars was trying to establish simply one aspect of the management of society, which is peace and stability. And it's my core belief that we are procuring peace at the cost of what the professor was talking about, social transformation, economic development. Anytime you spend money on such a big political system, there are 1.7 million electable positions in Uganda, almost 5 times the size of the civil service. Do you want to reform that system or do you want to get rid of it? Okay? So my lecture about why Uganda needs a constitutional crisis was to say, don't have another election. Don't go into another general election. It is a complete waste of time and resources. It will not introduce new ideas how to, for example, trade in our system of peace, which is expensive because we're paying people to be peaceful. Okay?
What do we do in the meantime if we don't have to go into another election of the same kind?
We will do what was done in the 90s, which is elect a constituent assembly and restructure the government.
So
that's
you're
what you
calling
need.
for a new constituent assembly?
Basically, because that's the only legal framework you can do to peacefully reorganize the government.
Okay.
If you're going to reduce the size of parliament, deal with the question of how do you keep the military out of politics, resolve the question of whether you want to separate state and religion as an ideological question. All of those things can only be done in a constituent assembly. So that would be my solution. Okay. And by the way, finally on the question of the military, which and I'll yield, which you raised, there are models on how to peacefully separate the military from civilian life, but they have to be legal. In a constitutional assembly, you can say, fine, we can spend maybe 4% of the GDP on resettlement, limit the powers of the executive with regard to military operations, send the army back to the barracks by popular consensus. As we are going now, just to go on the future, if you don't get rid of this political system, you can't bring into being a politics of ideological discussion.
Okay.
And I want to conclude by saying I have never feared religion. I'm a Catholic, okay? I don't go to the ballot and say I'm going to elect someone because they are Catholic. Never come to my mind, okay? I also don't fear the fact that I'm a Mahdi from West Nile, Moyo, okay? I think that's part of my heritage, it's okay. Here in Buganda, I'm a cultural monarchist, I support the Kabaka. I'm not afraid of that too. These things shouldn't stand in the way of you being a decent human being.
Okay.
Okay? And embracing ideas of progress. So with those few words, I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Before I bring in Shamim, allow me to recognize the presence of Honorable Mohammed Nsereko, our current MP for Kampala Central, my MP, my brother and my friend. Glad to see you, and you're most welcome. You missed the great keynote presentation of Professor Balunywa. It never leaves one the same when you listen to it. I hope it has been recorded for those who missed it. We also have in the room Honorable Fred Bill, former MP, current Secretary General of the Uganda People's Congress. Thank you very much for coming. We have Mr. Osborne Turia Singura, Executive Secretary, Interest Groups with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. A great actor in the youth movement, and thanks for being here. Has Gabriel Iguma stepped out? We have Gabriel Iguma, maybe has stepped out, and Dr. Rengabo. When they come back, I will recognize them accordingly. Shamim, to you are a candidate already, and that makes my question the easiest for you, from picking from Professor Balunywa's presentation and also from what Angelo has just said. Are you presenting, so that young people can learn from you, your colleagues, in your manifesto and program to the voters? Share with us how you are, for you now, practically presenting a program to transform the people. And even graphically, when they were showing some of those bad pictures, the ones of the school buildings and classrooms on the sewer line is actually in Shamim's constituency. Very interesting. So I was whispering to her and I said, I'm going to judge you. The Americans do what? The first 100 days? Yeah. Tough one, but that's just an aside. So tell us, can someone, a young person, walking away from politics of identity, right into an election and telling people, the voters, this is my program, regardless of whether I am Muslim, Catholic, Muganda, Alur, whatever you are, I can do it for you?
Yes.
Can it be done? How?
Thank you so much, Charles. Good afternoon to everyone that is here. My name is Shamim Nambasa. I'm the 87th Guild President of Makerere University. I was Guild President here 2021 to 2022. And I think it has been long overdue, because now I'm seeing quite a lot of new faces. So that goes to show that I have grown. I think so. I'm an aspiring candidate, and I'm aspiring to be the woman Lord Councillor of Kawempe South. The interesting bit about the place that I wish to represent is that it has quite a number of ghettos, quite a number of slums. I speak and I wish to represent a place that is composed of 13 parishes. We have Waise, and I know when many of you hear someone say Waise, what comes to your mind?
Floods.
It's going to be floods. When I talk about Katanga, what comes to your minds?
Malnutrition and dysentery.
You know, a lot of things that are actually not good. When I talk of Mulago, of course what will come to your mind is the huge hospital that you see. But behind these huge hospitals are slums and people that sit every day without something to do. All they do is spend their lives drinking, and possibly because they can't afford to buy a sachet of alcohol, Uganda Waraji, that is 1,000. But then they cannot afford to buy quite a number of other things. And on quite a number of occasions, I have seen people raise questions and say, why is it so cheap? Why is it so affordable for us Ugandans to get access to alcohol? That then goes to show us that maybe the state we live in has been built to enable us to be able to afford a certain kind of lifestyle that does not lead us in any particular direction. So when you ask me the question, can we go beyond the politics of identity to the politics of ideas and ideology, I actually do believe that. I must state that I'm a member of the National Unity Platform, and clearly I'm running under the National Unity Platform. I expected a hand clap for that. Because we go quite through a lot. Sorry.
Let them clap and clap properly.
Yes, please. It's not easy to be a member of the opposition in the regime that we are living in and the environment that we survive in. So when you ask, can we go beyond the politics of identity? I believe that we can. For me, the issue then becomes, it is not a problem for me to say that I am Shamim, I'm a Muslim. It is not bad for me to say that I am Nambasa, I'm a Muganda from the Nsenene clan. It is not bad for anyone to say where they belong. It is absolutely okay for us to embrace our cultures and where we come from. And that is the problem that I have seen, that in the current day politics, people are then transitioning and making it seem like it is very bad for us to say where we come from, for us to be proud of our origin, which is actually not right. The issue comes in when people want to use our belongings or our origin to cause the divide and rule, to use it against us, to use our origins as a way for us to be divided. I have seen on several occasions, and I think the most recent is where we saw the CDF put a post and say, I have Eddie Mutwe in my basement learning Runyankole. For me, I think that was intended for us to have some sort of fights between us, for us to be able to start to have discussions around tribes and the divisionism that comes with it. And I am glad and proud of my generation that we were able to see through that and said, we are beyond the politics of identity. We want to see fundamental change. So for me to say that it is okay for us to be where we belong, it is important for us to identify that who are the perpetrators of this perspective. Who are the people behind pushing for this divisionism? That when people see a Muslim, what comes to their mind first is that Muslims are terrorists. And that is something that they continue to push every now and then. That even when we see news about a certain bomb, that there has been bombarding in a particular place, you'll see people jokingly say, if you are Muslim and you have beards, try to hide. If you are Muslim that is living in that area, find a way to leave that place. Because that is the perspective that has been built over time. And it is not our generation that has actually done that. So what is incumbent upon us is that as a generation, we must then find our way out. And it is said that as a generation, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover their mission and choose whether to fulfill it or betray it. And so our mission as a generation is to see fundamental change, which then goes beyond the identity that actually many people are trying to push. And I appreciate that our generation has seen beyond that. We have gone beyond the politics of identity. So when the Mr. Msevens found their bush, and I continue to tell up my generation that they chose to take to arms for them to have fundamental change, it is then incumbent upon us as a generation to identify what our bush is going to be. So while you sit here, try to find what is your bush for us to have fundamental change. So when I come to my campaign, for example, I look at what challenges are we faced as a people of Kawempe South. Mostly the people that I wish to lead are people that do not have jobs, are people that are suffering from unemployment. I have so many young teenage mothers. So as a leader myself, I serve as an example. And even when I meet these older women, I tell them, wouldn't you wish for your daughter to be a doctor just like you have seen Shamim? So for me, even as a leader, I have to serve as an example. And then I go ahead to tell them that, you see, we are battling with an issue of rubbish. We have a lot of garbage, and these people are charged for this garbage to be taken out of their homes. But you're charging this person who does not even have what to eat. So what do they resort to? They get this rubbish and throw it into the drainage systems. And then when it rains, their houses are actually going to be the ones that are affected. So I am saying to them that this rubbish can be recycled. This rubbish can be put to good use. We can have industries that are recycling these plastics, that are using the biodegradable rubbish to make gas. So I'm telling them that the garbage that we are dealing with should not be a problem, but instead it should be a solution. It should be a source of income. It should be a source of employment in case we have industries that are established to recycle this garbage. It should be a source of, products that we get out of these industries. I go ahead to tell them that we have so many young people who have been skilled, but they do not have where to start from. They do not have where to work from. And we have seen so many legislators, and recently I had a talk show and they were saying, we are appreciating the government. It came up with a policy that says, young people that are starting businesses have a tax holiday of 3 years. But this same policy goes ahead to say that these businesses should be worth 300 million. So while the government is, pretending to be helping us, at the end of the day, they are putting clauses that are locking us out. And who is speaking about those things? I wish to be the voice that speaks out for the young people.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me come now to Belinda Amanya. We are also reflecting on the futuristic outlook and looking at the indigenous tools, indigenous channels versus the innovations currently going on and current tools that we need to further our politics, future politics. I want you to reflect and share with us the kind of potentially rich networks that young people need to build, and that is a network that is more diverse in terms of ideology, in terms of big thinking, big thoughts for growth and transformation of our society. Share with us, I have been made to know you also engage with young people at the East African region. How do you do it? What should be the learning points that we can have in order to succeed as future leaders?
Thank you very much, Charles. I would like to just go a little back to where Professor Balunywa ended. He talked about the various classes of the politics back then and the political party structures. But most importantly, if you're to look at what we are having today, is not politics of maybe religion, tribe, but politics of individuals. That we have one face. If it is NUP, we have one face. If it is NRM, there is a particular. If it is FDC, so at the end of the day, they're just heads and heads and heads. And therefore, if those were eliminated, a party may fall and crumble, or the people do not have where to start from. But as the young people, if we are to actually grow, we're talking about networks, then it must come to know that we in ourselves all carry potential, which is not locked and unique or exclusive to an individual. And that is where so many people have come up together. Yes, you want to push one person, but his or her agenda is not spread out to each and everyone. And therefore, at the end of it all, you remain puppets, you remain dogs, you remain used, and your voices are suppressed. Coming down to networks, what do I believe or think actually works? I think the best thing for us to understand as young people is that there's been a divide. There's been an age divide. There's been, when there's a time we were in a congregation and a statesman stood up and said, one of the problems we're having in Uganda today are the young people, and therefore if we're being termed and looked at as a problem, then it is high time we change and stop to look at ourselves as problems, stop lamenting. Yesterday there was so much of lamenting. Oh, we the young people, where do we start from? Where do we? But my view of life is that we are all fully equipped with potential as long as we're ready to unite. Where do we start from? I don't believe in this whole notion of political parties. I am NRM, I am FDC, I am NUP. I think these are ways to separate you. A small story, when I was joining Gulu University and when I became GRC and the person who was coming in for presidency, there were a couple of political parties. The one who went through, Dr. Alfred Anyama Belaina, was a NUP candidate. But by then, there is no way you would tell me NUP. Many people have an idea of their disruptive, their what, and that is what I honestly had by then. But the moment this man did not look at me in that form and said, I am going to appoint you as vice guild president, even when I had not applied, because we sat and he told me people actually applied, people actually paid. But when we sat and did individual analysis of who was capable, and with people actually at the secretariat, they said you would be a compatible person to serve with me as a vice guild president. And at that day, at that time, it changed my perspective that as young people, I cannot beef her because she's noob. We look at ideology, we look at what you front and the good that you're bringing. Because at that point, he did not care whether he saw me with the NRM or ANT group. What he was looking out for is, in fact, the call came that we have analyzed and seen the platform and the foundation you've raised. We think we can work with you. And therefore, that should be a starting point. The party of colors and who and so is the supreme leader of this should not be a message we carry. Ours should be what is the common goal, what is our shared challenge, and how do we deal with it. And then from that point, we can now look at functionality. One of the challenges we actually face today is that I think as Professor was submitting, he talked about how everybody has one song. But if you came and asked a particular group, okay, we have a challenge of education. He showed us the education system. What is your manifesto on education? What do you think should be the alternative plan that should be raised for the education? Many will go mute. Many may get lost or try to re-chant what has already been established. So as young people, this is my call to you. We are blessed in various ways. There are medics, there are those in the legal fraternity, there are those that are in the skilling and jobs. Can we all unite, put our minds together, be thought leaders, and build and craft something in our capacities? Everybody has taken us to be the cheap labor, even when we have gone to school. They never regard us for the professional labor. They want to send us to TVET, what. But you find someone you've had like your 2 degrees, but the only option is perhaps go and be an office messenger because we do not have a place for you. Then at the end of it all, why did I carry the 2 degrees? Why did I spend the 4 years in a university setup? So going back to what is practical or what we should do, can we mobilize and say, we have a challenge of the education system? If as young people, and I'm glad we have leaders that are emerging, can say, okay, we are starting up a committee as young people. Concentration is the education. What do we think works? Comparative analysis. What have other countries done? We carry a position paper and say this is well researched, because the other problem is youth are full of lugambo. You just want to talk, but the one who drives the narrative is the one who is prepared, is the one with the data to influence and inform what they do want to have. So can we be more structured? And then finally is a call to strategy. We may not be able to hold guns. They told us His Excellency President Museveni and the colleagues went to bush with 27 guns. I do not know how to run a gun, but perhaps I can put my thoughts on paper. I can speak. I can mobilize and put everyone together and say, let us start with this. I may be talented in this way. Can we drive this here? So can we strategize with what we have? Let's split in various committees. If you're good at mobilization, you're good at this, the budget has been out, how many youth are sitting and saying, but there's a problem with this. How about we advocate for this? Than just being there chanting and saying things that are not leading us to anywhere. So that could be my thought, and I do believe it is possible to leave this and shift as long as the people that are young are ready to disassociate from the foundation that has been laid, that is only dividing us further, and look at the Uganda as it should be, as we want it, and not the Uganda that we have today. Thank you.
Brilliant. Brilliant, no doubt. If I have time, I will ask you a follow-up question on how then, if we have to discard the organizations, political organizations, because my reckoning is that they are important. I look at them as vehicles, maybe to use an analogy. You cannot go to your university in Gulu. I cannot go to, if I want to go to Soroti, I cannot travel to that place. I must use a vessel. So I look at political parties as vessels. Your idea is that we need to discard them, but unite. So I would want to know what the alternative is.
Right now?
Sure.
Well, my alternative is, yes, you need them as we need to be placed somewhere. I talked about strategy. We shall not just emerge. But even as we are there, it shouldn't be a matter or a limiting factor. But however, as you use the word vehicle, it should be an accelerator to us first to say, in we are having these ideas and strategies, but as young people, call your friend in NRM and say, what is your perspective on this? We Fengaba Vubuka, how do we own this?
You will be labeled a sellout. They will say you have been bought.
And that is a mindset.
Voters will say, for you, you are okay with that.
For us in Ecological Party, you're very much welcome. You're amazing.
Thank you very much. And so finally...
But I am painting a picture of the realistic challenge we have as a country. The kind of noise that has enveloped our political system. He says he's not in Ecological Party. He still doesn't have an MP in Parliament yet. Yourself. Are you a member of IPOD?
Well, certainly for as long as
Not
I become
yet.
MP.
Not yet.
I'm MP, then I'm a member of IPOD. Our party becomes a member of IPOD, isn't it? Because then it has representation. That's something we shall talk about.
We shall talk about it. I'll come shortly to you, Honorable.
Whether representation of the people is only at Parliament or even at lower levels and structures of multi-party development.
Okay.
But we shall talk about it.
We will. Certainly we will. So, but I was painting for you the real crude picture, in my view. I don't believe in it. That's why I term it crude. And it's really failing our politics. And it is one of those things we really need to have a conversation about. The politics of labeling. And you say, what do the Nigerians say? When you give the goat a bird, or you label something a goat, even if it is a hyena, the intention is to eat it. You understand? So I think that is what it is about, but you appreciate that. Okay, I like the discussion on networks amongst diverse groups. Let me come to Sharon. Sharon, you are a leader at a university. So I want to ask you about education, your thoughts about a transformative education, education that skills, education which is holistic, and produces leaders like you, better leaders for this country's transformation agenda. How do you think that can be achieved? Do you think we have to discard the current education system that you have benefited from?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sharon Atuhaire.
the Guild Speaker at Chambogo University, but also the Speaker of the Rwenzori Sub-Region Youth Parliament. I am very honored to be here. Now, two things that we need to look at: the ideal versus the real. So many people bring to us the ideal, yeah? They tell us this is beautiful, this can be implemented in this kind of way, we can have this achieved in a short period of time, we can have this rolled out in the whole country, we can make sure that this works, we can invest the money. But what is the real? We have a new curriculum that everyone praises in books. When they come to big conferences with SC, with all the food that we are eating, like in this one, with all the people dressed up in suits and looking nice, they defend this curriculum. But when you go deep down to a school in Adjumani, when you go deep down to a school in Fort Portal, that one looks closer. Yes, when I say Fort Portal, it's a tourism city, it's closer. You can think development is there. Do they have the computers that they say that we need to use? How are these people being assessed? Yeah? So, in as much as it's beautiful, maybe we can hope that it's going to give us results in a long run. 20 years, 15 years, I do not know. But for now, I cannot say I'm going to defend this kind of curriculum in the kind of environments that we are in. Perhaps if we were in the US, where all this technology is at our disposition, maybe we would say, oh yes, we're going to have this. Yeah, the professor showed us pictures of one school and another school. We can't be using the same metric to assess those schools. They are very different, yes? But look at the transformative leadership that we are all looking for, that we talk about. How is this being instilled in the minds of the young people? Yeah? Starting from the household. I mean, my father would buy me sweets to make me do things that my mom wants me to do when I don't want. Yeah? That is not a problem. It was motivation. But when you grow up, you realize that now the youth are being paid, they're being given 50,000 to vote for a leader. No, it did not start there. It started back then. It started with the values that they taught us back then. Perhaps if my father convinced me, I'm not saying he's a bad father, I love that man very much. If they convinced us otherwise, maybe we would not have the corruption that we are having today. Yeah? So for me, is that we need to assess what is real vis-a-vis what is ideal. We look at the political parties, yeah? We would want to associate with what is having the ideology that aligns with us. But I want to prove to you that people, the guild leaders will align with what is going to give them a win in an election. In as much as I want to, let's say, align with NRM, and I know that deep down it cannot give me a win at Chambogo University as guild president, I will not. I will go to NUP because I know that I will get this win that I am looking for. So now we are driven by our interests, yeah? And that is why, like Belinda told you, like the panelist yesterday said, that if you ask them what do they stand for in regards to health, what do they stand for in regards to education, they will not tell you, because that's not what brought them to that particular space. What brought them was either winning, what brought them was either the bread that they were being given, what brought them, and that is why we talk about tokenism today. What brought them to that particular political party was the job that they promised them. That, look, if you support me here, you're going to be an RDC. And wow, I want a job. I want my family surviving. I want my family thriving. So definitely I'm going to be screaming your name. And after your job, I do not care what else matters. But then that brings me to innovation. You know, institutions are the centers of innovation. And that is where it starts from. We're looking at multi-party democracy. We're looking at the future of what this looks like. And we cannot take innovation away from it. We cannot take away media platforms from this. We cannot take away social media from this conversation when we talk about innovation. But I want to ask a question that someone can think about. How do you think that an app that was developed in Silicon Valley is going to take care of the needs of the people of Uganda today that people are centered on maybe culturalism, people are centered on unity, but this app was centered on individualism and capitalism to get money. So if the youth are going to be innovative in the spaces of politics, in the spaces of multi-party democracy, we need to look at what they can be able to do in the spaces of tech. How are they using technology? For example, Twitter, how are they using the spaces of Instagram or Facebook to fund their ideas, for the good of this country? Thank you.
A great challenge there. I want to thank you for that. How are they using it? Are they using it to abuse each other? Are they using it to destroy each other? And yet they're supposed to be networking for better growth. Thank you very much. Let me come to Honorable Nsereko. Here is a guy who goes to Parliament and says, I don't understand all your parties, no FDC, the majority party, NRM, DP, UPC. I don't understand all of you, but still I need a vehicle, and starts the Ecological Party of Uganda. Is it called EPU? And but there are real issues facing the young people of today. We have been tackling them. Professor has talked about them, and there are so many. Like I said, unfortunately, you missed them. But Professor Balunywa mentioned, politics of tribe, politics of religion, politics of youth, politics of popularity, individualistic politics. Then there is the big animal, the cancer in the room, politics of big corruption. Because what Angelo is talking about, if you're mobilizing for 1.8 billion shillings to run an election where we know you're earning, and we know that you will not earn more than 1.5, that is an allure for corruption and outright theft. You are definitely going to the House to deal and not to enact laws for the welfare of this country. How should this and that politics bars these young people from participating in it. So in your reflection, how should we get out of it? Should we dismantle the system like Angelo is proposing? Should we say there are certain things we can mobilize? And what tools should we use to mobilize? What innovations should we put in place to overcome those challenges? There are many, I'm sure we all know them.
Thank you very much, Charles, and the youthful ladies and gentlemen in this audience, plus the panelists. I've enjoyed your discussion and I've learned a lot, and I would like to say that I'm proud to be engaged in this discussion. Angelo is someone I admire, he knows it very well, but I've found admiration for more other people on this panel. And I would like to say that the ecological part of Uganda opens up doors for all of you. You have such wonderful ideas, and this is the country we need, you know. There's no blackmail, no propaganda, no demonization, and there is no politics of identity here. Now, the outlay here just speaks volumes. Diversity, whether in gender, religion, you know, background, tribe, etc. They are the youthful, they are those that are past the age of the youth, but joined the politics as youth. Because I remember the multi-party you're talking about is where I participated first when I was at university here as the Secretary General of the North Side, saying we should not go for multi-party politics. I was at university and I was the Secretary General nationally of that side that was saying no. So that can tell you that the youth that want to track our record and be part of participation, it starts from self-belief. If you do not believe in yourself and your abilities, no one will give you even the chance to display your abilities. So when one of the panelists was talking about her having contested in Guru University, that means she stepped forward on the platform. If you don't step forward, no one will recognize you. I was making an engagement with presidential candidate Mr. Magezi on TikTok the other time. And I would like to say, please give him a hand clap. I would like to say, don't worry about anyone who ridicules you. I'm proud of you as an individual. Many people might wish you away, laugh at you, because people like to demonize young people. But what you've taken is a bold step in your life. And history will judge you fairly. You'll see what is coming up for your future. So, the biggest misgiving is the inability for the youthful people to rediscover their fundamental ability and step forward and say, I can be. And if you rediscover that and say, I have the courage to stand forward and put forward my ideas, no matter what everyone will say, don't worry. Don't listen to what they are going to say. Just treat it as part of feedback, and then you say, okay, I'll act. Thank you for your advice. I remember having found Shamim Nambasa here. She was still in Navisunsa as a young girl. And I told her, you're going to be a leader. True or false? And there you are. Because my lenses were not where she wants to go, which vehicle she wants to use. But good is good. Good is good whether it's in NUP, NRM, FDC, Ecological Party, DP, UPC. And I want you to always say EPU. Don't say EPU. Ecological Part of Uganda. And you know our slogan? Mpankuwe. That one. And you're all laughing.
That give me, I give you.
Mpankuwe. It is not transaction. Because I didn't say percent nkuwe. I said mpankolechi. And you can translate it in any language. Because if you don't give me a chance, how then do I serve you? Charles, you understand?
Just that when you say it in Luo, it means an exchange of a deal.
Miami. Miami. That's it. Miami is okay. Is that now, however much you want to construe it in a different way, that's the reality. Mpo buyinza, I give you the services in return. So, that is the nature of real politics. It's based on promises envisaged in our manifestos, and then delivery. And hence you will be judged upon that. Therefore, the challenge Comrade is talking about, the space of the youth, it starts with their mindset. When you're shy, you're not confident, you don't want to participate, no one is going to call upon you to participate anyway. That is why when you look at my first foundation of my party, I've put in youthful leaders. Not only for the position of youth, but even at the secretariat. My deputy secretary general is a youth. The one in charge of our diaspora desk is a youth. And what do we want to do? To tap into the energies. We have the chapter of ICT, Innovation and Technology. We have the Farmers League. And the guy we just appointed may make you laugh, but he's an amazing guy. We found him on TikTok. I wonder whether you all know the guy called Katunda. When Katunda came, he said, for me, I'm a P3 dropout, but I'm 26. But I earn 67 million per month. Everyone first did, wait a second. What does this young man do? He said, I have 3 acres of passion fruit here in Buama. Passion fruit takes 5 months to yield harvest. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By December, you're yielding harvest. I rented this land, but what I get per week is between 3 and 4 sacks. And each sack in Kampala is 4 million. I mean, is 1 million per sack, between 800,000 and 1 M. And every week from each acre, I harvest 4 sacks. So 4 sacks by 4 acres is how much per week? And look at, and then I asked him, how many people do you employ? He lined them up on TikTok. The guy said, listen, these are about 30, 40. They are the ones that help me till, look after the gardens, then pick up. But each one of them at least gets 100,000 as we wind up. So, trying to fight to create our space, not despising our efforts, but also presenting ourselves when the duty calls. The people we talk about in the NRM and how they built their revolution was built on the following. And this is my admiration for President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. That he identified youthful people, intellectuals at that, who were at university and who had a goal for the future. That is the same thing we are doing with the Ecological Party. This issue of city Arosi, the rest, these ones who hoot and go around, Abewa can sing for anyone, I can tell you. Because for them, it's not ideology. For them, it's impita won't yakoro. But what they say, Oganga Avugirono. Woo! Same border guy who passed you carries the next passenger. Our man. Now I've lived long enough in the city to understand that dynamic. Secondly, can we walk away from the politics of identity? In certain regions, it's still very difficult by the nature of what we call godfathers and what we call opinion leaders in society. You go to an area and they say if the paramount chief doesn't endorse you, things will be difficult. So now the paramount chief is probably friendly or the religious leader with that same old guy who has been donating to the church or to the mosque. And now this young man, that's where the budget came in his armor. 1.8 billion, then you ask him, what are you going to do? But you know, it is part of the fabric of our people, that our people say, wherever you go, Nambasa will talk all the day, our power, they say, or to Kozotia. Now you can see it's the same language. They say that politics. Now even that is deep-rooted in schools, universities, sweetheart, you are to listen about your muhoro again. They don't want to listen to your issues. Now, we have an uphill task to transform the mindset of our citizenry, to understand that the decision you make today will impact you for the rest of your life. Now, coming back to the issues of youth, and let me be quick, in 2 minutes, because I might need 2 hours.
2 minutes?
Yes. Let's look at the youthful person. Yes, in politics, they are there to participate. 70,000 plus villages have advertised positions, and just yesterday, they all participated in public governance at their level. It transforms to local councils. But how do we help them through that structure of the youth governance structure, to see that their ideas are brought henceforth through not only their representatives in parliament, youth representatives, but also the people that represent them generally as members of parliament. But also secondly, for them to have formulative ideas that can be captured in national transformation. Are we talking about education and its efficiency? What type of education system are we running? Is it building these youthful people to provide the basic infrastructure of the human resource of the country to be globally competitive? And it's a question we should pose to all of you. Do you think we are globally competitive? Yes or no? Are we globally competitive? I want to hear from the youth, yes or no? You can see it's muted. You feel the pressure. What is that thing of pressure? Pressure crisis.
I am disappointed.
But that is the nature of our people. Because they are not assertive. Yogera no ye ulikike banange oba yesiyo. Yes or no? Hey. But these things are increasing. Is the pressure increasing? So now we all identify that probably the level of digitization compared to the global levels of digitization, we are still lagging. But the levels of acceptance for challenges to go into classes and have master's degree, improve on our levels of knowledge. We are there. Ugandans are there. They want to do it. Wherever they go, they compete very well. Maybe the system does not favor them. Now, talk about the youthful person who is striving to add value to themselves. As a parent has gone through UPE and USE. Now exams are out. They have probably not merited for government sponsorship. What happens to that young person? These are the things we must address. How do they access education cheaply? If not, how do they go for retooling at tertiary institutions that are vocational free for them? Is university education free or subsidized? This issue that I've always had at universities, they cannot register because they did not pay some fees, is crippling some students and leading them to becoming dropouts. At the end of the day, mental health, drug addicts, etc. These are things we must address. These are things that touch the ordinary youth. The ordinary young man that rides on a border, gets into an accident and goes to hospital, and before any hospital exercises, any form of first aid, first gives them back the phone. I remember when that thing happened, was there a scaffold at Nsambia Hospital? Then someone said, now, the work ethic, Dr. Shamim, do you want to save lives? Oh, so those are the ordinary things that go on in youth lives. Now, after going out of school or after dropping out of school, how can the government help them, get them into productive employment? Retooling them, reskilling them, etc. Have we done that? Are there free innovation centers at all districts? Retooling centers at all districts? What is the demand for plumbers, electricians in this country and globally, where the youth can fit in and come back to be productive? That's why we are saying if you're joining our party, it's not for free. Go and join other parties. You can be a supporter of our party, but to be a member, you must pay, because we must check whether you're productive. Do you have an acre of land somewhere? Because we must find out, what does this young person of ours do? How can we help you? Youth mentorship programs that we have in our investment clubs at every level from village. There is a Farmers League, Innovation and ICT League, but also investment club, where now you sit together at a village level and you say, what can we do? Now that brings youth participation by playing the advisory role of what we call modern investment with their parents.
Okay.
The merging of these two, to see to it that we don't have politics of
identity,
but politics of
ideology and transformation. Thank you very much. Let's
I
clap.
wish I had much more time. There is a lot I would have wished to share with you, but the time is not on our side. And the Odongsa, I worked with in Parliament. Can give me 2 minutes at least.
I will give you later, perhaps.
Don't just
but
thank me over that.
Okay,
thank you very much.
We are now going to do one thing time is certainly, I'm enjoying the discussion. I like listening to these people, especially the young people. I like listening to your voices, to your ideas.
I wanted to talk about the minimum wage, housing shortage, etc. There are many things I want to talk about, but that's fine. Next time.
What I will do, because time is always a limited resource. One, let me recognize the presence of Dr. Rwengabo. Rwengabo is one of our, he's a lecturer in Makerere University here, but he leads in facilitating the academy that is birthed by NIMD. This guy is here, the curriculum and the ideas, you know. Primus put us together, and the person who was leading us through all that nurturing was Dr. Rwengabo. So we recognize you and thank you for your humility. He's a great, great mind. You need to use him. Now, I'm going to start from Atuhaire, and I want to wind up. We need to close, unfortunately. And it will only be 2 minutes strictly for all of you. We have discussed, we have, you know, to a great level, we have agreed with the professor on the kind of politics that we need. The mechanics may be different, how it can be done, you know. Persons like Angelo says we just need to dismantle the entire system. And Belinda says we need to reinvigorate ways of you know, networking and all that. And of course, Sharon says the kind of education system we have is also problematic, but we have it for now, but we wish it could be changed, and so on and so forth. And you've heard what Honorable is saying. So he will prepare to give you also his 2 minutes way forward. And what I want the way forward to be about is for a general question to all of us and your thinking on how we can position the young people to be firm, effective leaders now and for the future, to transform Uganda, because that is the impact we are looking at, that our sight is clearly fixed on where can the best Uganda be, whatever you call it. You know, developers and thinkers, economists talk of Vision 2040, whenever you want, whichever deadline you want to give it, but think of the future of Uganda. So Sharon, Atuhaire, unfortunately, I'm starting with you. 2 minutes, and I will be strict on the 2 minutes because we don't now have time.
I don't think multi-party democracy is bad, because every individual has a different ideology. Everyone, and yes, what unites us is the Ecological Party of Uganda is where I align, then I should be able to go there. But if I think that the NRM is where I fit the best, then I should be also given a chance to belong there. So multi-party democracy is the way to go, because other countries have it and it's working for them. So if I don't align with the NRM, then where do I go? I mean, I need somewhere to be able to align with. But then, how do we have transformational youth with time? It starts with us. I think the song has been sung from the time we came here yesterday, and I don't think we're going to stop now, is that the youth have to be actively involved. And by active involvement, we don't talk about being spectators. No, is that if there's a position, the youth have to take up these places. But also, the old guns have to also create space in their mindset for the youth. Yeah, I think that the old guns should also believe that we have something great that we can bring to the table. Back then, they used to believe that the young people are just young. No, the young people now are educated, the young people are informed now, they are very active, and they can participate and bring change to the societies in which they belong. So yes, all people should believe that the youth can have a place, because we've been in places where they just put you on a table to look at them discuss. I think that is a big problem, that you are part of a big panel, but your job is to fill the youth place, but not to contribute. I think that's a very big problem. But for us to also be involved, if they are reading the budget, we should know the nitty-gritties. We should know what are our country's priorities. Being informed is the way to go, because there's no way you're going to challenge the status quo if you do not know what is going on. If you don't know the parties that are there, then how would you align yourself with any of the parties? But also, we're talking about the indigenous. Back then, it was not about the 51-49%. I know that the old people will agree with me that back then it was about consensus building, that the leaders were accountable. The community chief would come back to his people for accountability, but now our leaders do not come back. We should be able to seek accountability from our leaders. And yeah, adopt a few things from the indigenous ways. We'll be able to transform our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atuhaire. Let's have Belinda. 2 minutes.
Currently, the median age in Uganda is 15 to 16. So to each and every person here, if we are speaking way forward, whatever you're doing, if it doesn't solve the needs or shape the future of a 15 to a 16-year-old, you're leaving this country nowhere, and you're leaving it in shatters and shambas, and we don't know what is going to be passed over to the next generation. So this is what I think as I conclude. How do we organize or position young people for what I call functionality? Start from the grassroots. I started an organization called Dare Foundation, and I'm looking at secondary school students to university. Why? The middle, if they are to calculate and line us all, is going to be a 15 to a 16-year-old. That is where dreams are shaped. That is where perspective and the fire and dream to be a leader is started. He shared with us the story of a 15-year-old, 16-year-old who has 4 children. That is the age bracket, the age range that actually needs attention. Not these people who are actually already at university. Some of them are beyond repair, but are still being repaired, you know. But can we start to address these structural challenges from the roots down? But also, as I conclude, is strategy. I'm a Christian, and the Bible tells us, be as wise as a serpent, but as harmless as a dove. Pick out the strategy that is going to push you. Earlier I said, if you're Team NRM and you can lobby for us there, we need funds to push this, please go lobby. But when you come on the point of harming, do not disarm. Let us unite. Let us stand together and build a strategy and a forum that is going to support every Ugandan. Then still on that, can we learn how are views brought to the front? We are not going to just quarrel and do this, but with strategy, and I think the Academy has been teaching that, there is much more that can be done. And to the graduates today, my message would be, how empowered are you to take back that to the villages, to the people that have not had these opportunities? Structures are being formed. How empowered are you to go back and say, now my colleagues, friends, this is what has happened. Can I support you? Can I give you some of the lectures that I have studied? And then some of our leaders here also, something I don't want to forget, is that when we talk about, earlier someone commented on something and I noted it, was an issue of people going for alcohol and all of people being able to afford 1,000. The generation we are in is distressed, disgruntled, and what you can afford is to suppress all that you're feeling, emotions and the suffering, by blacking out. People need help. Leaders in all that you do, mental health is key. Someone is buying a sacket of 1,000 sleeping hungry because they would better sleep and not feel the hunger than know that their children need to eat or maybe are failing to go to school. So can we address the root cause issues, and can we advocate for each and every Ugandan and have one heart for a better and a brighter Uganda. Thank you very much.
I certainly like the disruptive thinking, the disruptive innovation. And I was looking at the young faces that you said are beyond repair. Well, I think there is a lot of possibility in them yet. Let me bring in Madam President Shamim, your last 2 minutes of glory.
Thank you so much, Charles, and everyone that is here. For my concluding remarks, I would say that it's time for us as a generation to identify, most importantly, where is it that we want to go. It is time for us to know what kind of hospitals do we want, what kind of education do we want to see our children have, what kind of infrastructure do we wish to see, what kind of jobs do we wish to be in. It's not enough for us to say that it is time for us to take charge when we do not even know where it is that we want to take the people that we want to take charge of. So it is time for us to go back to the drawing table, have it clearly stated that this is where we want to be, irrespective of which political party you subscribe to, irrespective of where you belong, because I believe that unemployment is not selective, that whether you belong to the NRM or to the NUP. If you're to be unemployed, you'll be unemployed. If you are to go to a hospital and there is no medicine, we don't reserve medicine for NRM supporters or for NUP supporters. If the medicines are out of stock, they're out of stock. If the education is poor, it is poor, irrespective of where you belong. And most importantly for me, I think it is time for us to have a shift from having young people being pushed to discuss only issues that are seen to affect only young people. It is time for us to actually have a stand on policy. It is time for us to have a stand on issues that affect the country entirely, because at the end of the day, we are 78% of the population. So I would appreciate if I got invited to a space that was discussing the coffee bill and I'm giving my perspective, because at the end of the day, it is still us that are going to be affected by these policies. I would appreciate if we started to have discussions around the minimum wage policy, if we started to have conversations around so many issues that affect our country as a whole, and not just issues around youth elections, special interest groups, because I believe that we are no longer a special interest group, we are the majority group. So the old guard are now the special interest group. So in conclusion, I would say that as young people, and it is a clarion call for all of us to get together and start to have policy statements that are tabled before Parliament. It is time for us to take up positions beyond just the village elections. It is time for us to step up and take up positions to whichever level we can. If you're not at the table, you're definitely going to be on the menu. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I like that. Angelo is our next with his concluding remarks. We take note of Mr. Prosper Mubangizi. He is a researcher, policy analyst. He's a governance and youth inclusion expert. He is, most importantly, a facilitator for this academy as well. And Prosper, we recognize your presence and thanks for coming. We can clap for him. Angelo, your 2 minutes, way forward.
Okay. First, I congratulate the graduates. Congratulations. A couple of last things. First, take some personal responsibility. I think that's where all change begins. It's so important that before you start looking at what you could do outside of yourself, take responsibility. I say this in all humility, by the way, because as leaders, I am part of a leadership academy called the Leo Africa Institute. I was head of faculty there. One of the things we teach is that you are sufficient, you are valid. When you have ideas, be bold about it. You don't need extra validation outside that. You know, there's a tendency for us as Africans often to look outside. And these days, because of the information society, we doubt ourselves. But like someone said, look for ideas, look for inspiration from within your environment. But most importantly, it's not a bad thing to be serious. Take some personal responsibility. I'll demonstrate. So I live next to Chambogo University, and I go for walks there in the mornings. And Chambogo, like most places, is a very dirty university. So during the campaigns, I would see students plaster the university with paper. I met a group that was supporting a candidate, Madam Speaker, and I asked whether they have an environment minister. And they said, yeah. And then I said, what are you going to do about all the garbage that is choking the university? And they said, oh, we'll consider it, but it's not yet in our manifesto. I mean, be serious. There is a difference between being well-informed and being well-educated. The educated person takes their ideas seriously, takes themselves seriously, takes some personal responsibility. So I think that's where transformation ultimately will come from. As the Honorable Seriko said, or the professor said, there were young people that are now old. They have been running the country for a long time. But if you track their record, they took themselves seriously. They took their ideas seriously, and they acted with personal responsibility. I have no doubt that the future of Uganda is bright, because I expect that you guys who live this tradition take yourselves seriously. But we'd like for you to start acting like that, starting with cleaning the universities. You know, let us have someone, at least a minimum program, to ensure that the environment you're around is clean. That is how we know you're serious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angelo, for staying by the time. We, as Angelo spoke, we were joined by Mr. Mujuni Bernard, Commissioner for Labor in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. You're most welcome, sir, and thanks for joining
this one.
For joining us. Now we are coming towards the end. Mr. Luboa, way forward to transform, to change our country, to get better politics, sanitized politics. 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah. One is that being youth is the stage we all go through. So you can choose to be nice and do those software issues of the youth. But it is very, very sufficient to do the hardware things that sustain the youth of tomorrow and the Ugandans of tomorrow. 2, Professor talked about the constraint of identity. And I was trying to softly disagree that whereas identity is a lubricant for a lubricant in the problems we have, it isn't a major constraint to where we are. And I want to put it very clear. I think and I believe that the unresolved issues are the problems as to why we are where we are today. Every generation has issues, and every generation resolves those issues. We have ours, and as long as we don't resolve them, then the identity issues and those other small ones will keep coming back. Now, lastly, in the DF, we have come up with 3 issues. We talk about 1, dialogue, reforms, and transition. We think that as a country and as young persons, we must have meaningful engagement, and everybody has talked about it. I don't want to repeat it. Secondly, we must engage in a wide range of reforms, because one of the issues in our systems, state, legal, we need to reform. So we think that the country must go in a thorough engagement of reforms. Lastly, we can't progress from where we are if we don't seriously talk about transition. Yesterday, or 5 years ago, we were talking about change and no change. I want to tell you something as I conclude. The people who were of no change yesterday, now all of them, including President Museveni, believe in change. The ugly thing is that those who have just joined the change movement now want to hijack the change in itself and doing things that Ugandans are not in tandem with. We want transition. They want change in terms of succession. So the biggest question is, how does the whole country handle the change that every Ugandan is comfortable with? I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Boy. We have been joined by the Deputy Ambassador of the EU to Uganda, Mr. Guillaume. Thank you so much for coming, and for Guillaume, for associating with our young people. Thank you so much. Let's now have Honorable Nsereko, his 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Like you've said, and like I would like to re-echo. First of all, I would like to appeal for an extra minute. And you had promised to give it to me. Since Ambassador Guillaume, from which country, sir? France. Okay. Has just arrived. I would like to remind the young people here that being youth is just a transitional age. You can't be youth permanently. It's only in Uganda where you find a 50-year-old saying, "Fenga ba youth abavubuka bakuno no muganda egwe ovaddi mu bwa youth."
Permanent youth.
Hey, fomulembe gwaffe gwa bavubuka. No muganda e muganda wa. Oyina n'abaana mu university. Your Excellency, they will translate for you. Oyina n'abaana mu university, but you still consider yourself as youth. Okay, we can be youthful in nature, but let's have mature minds. Let's understand the 2 following things. 1, believe globally. I had someone referring to data. Believe globally. The engine that drives the world today is what we call data. The mother of all wars in the whole world, where Africans, including the young ones, youthful like you, are spectators, is the issue of who runs the infrastructure that controls the behavior of every human being in the world. Now I'm going to real politics. The battle between the global powers today is he who controls the resources. The silicon of the world for manufacture of chips, the rare earth minerals for control of the weaponry and electronics, and the whole world is here in your palm. As countries globally are fighting to control this, we are fighting for identity. Let's have our young people discover their value in the global field. For as long as we channel them and give them opportunity, not only by skilling them internally and giving them the capacity internally within our parties to freely compete and participate, but also acquire skills, learn something new. If you came here today, at least ask yourself, what did I hear from Honorable Nsereko? That today, Uganda has the best weather, with young people, fertile soils, producing nothing. That Singapore, with a population of 5.6 million people, a very small population of young people, but heavily productive, has a GDP of $567+ billion, compared to the Huge number of youth in East Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi. Add them with these blocks that we have, Comesa, what, name them. Producing a lot of nothing. Yes, you're the same age with the young people in Singapore, but they're highly, much more productive than our numbers. Finally, when you look around, everywhere you look, you have an opportunity. Don't think around the line of politics alone, because politics is only a vehicle to help you participate in the governance of your country. But can I tell you one thing? For as long as you don't have money, your voice will not be heard. I'm being very honest. In many political parties, organizations, even in family meetings, when you appear and they say, mugagaze. You know mugagasa? Mugaga is someone with some francs, euros. When the one with euros comes like Charles Odong, so they say, hey, mugaga too, say, contribution. They even clap before he sits. Hey. The same happens in the global landscape. When the donors come, we have to know that these guys contribute something much better than what we put on the table. And therefore, you had even your hand clap was a little bit different. Because the EU had arrived. But if they had said, East African community has sent someone, I would say, but what am I trying to say? What is it that we can provide to society? Finally, let's rediscover ourselves. The value around us. And this ends in the story. One old man called his young child, who was taking care of him in these later stages of life, as he was dying with cancer. So he gave this young man an analog clock, this small one. Then the young man said, Dad, is this all you have for me for the 3 years I've taken care of you? Then the dad said, yeah, because we are living in a rented house. Your mom passed on. We basically have nothing. But the dad told him, just run to any shop and see what you can get, because this is what I live behind with you. So the young gentleman ran to the shop and they told him, this is only worth about 30 pounds. Then he came back to the dad and said, you should have not given me anything. This thing is 30 pounds, basically. It's what you're leaving behind with me. So the dad told him, try an antiquity shop. The guy went there and they said, 800 pounds. Now the value started going high. He ran back. He found the dad had passed on. But he had left a note and said, my son, you still have a third option. Go to the museum. The guy ran to the museum and they said, oh my God, we've been looking for the analog clock. Can we give you 1 million pounds? Then the guy said, no, I want 2. They said, we have that. And he said, but give me 5. They said, we'll also give you the 5. So when he ran back, he found the dad dead. He had passed on. But we hardly realize the value of the things we have until we go to someone that notices the value in what you possess. Therefore, you the young people of Uganda, you have a very rare chance this time that the ecological part of Uganda recognizes your value. Wherever you've been running around, they don't see the diversity in you. They don't see the knowledge you possess. They don't see the value you can bring to Uganda as a result of not only the social capital you come with, but also your intellectual power. Now is the time for you to wash your hands from all other parties. My UPC friend, we were together in Parliament, don't worry about it. And come to the ecological part of Uganda, where we can tell you that what you have has a lot of value, and if put to table and we work together from the grassroots levels, we can add value to you just like you'll add value to us. The politics of symbiotic existence. Mpa, nkuwe. Mudemu mpa, EPU. May God bless you. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you very much. If I had the invoice book, I would issue it for you because you have used my platform to do Kalango.
I sincerely apologize.
But it's all well. We are coming to a close. We are now standing in the way of your lunch. But as an admirer of the efforts of the young people's initiatives, I want to pick up from where Angelo left, have some responsibility. For me, it pains me when I lose a young potential, a young person with a lot of potential. University has just left, started work, and all of a sudden they die young. And for many reasons, many of them are things that we can avoid. There are issues that we can avoid in our lives, and we need to always take care. You can always achieve when we live longer. As we end, I want to recognize Mr. Rukundo, one of our facilitators of the academy as well. He has just come back from the islands where we had the last semester. But two messages from me that I think I need to share with you. As young people, the future depends on your generation, your creativity, your resilience, and your dedication to building a Uganda that is peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous. We need to lead responsibly, innovate wisely, and always remember the strength of unity in diversity. We need to live here today with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to act and speak out, and to lead Uganda into a future where democracy flourishes through the fusion of our rich heritage and the innovations of for tomorrow. But most importantly, for me, from Professor, I think what is very important for me is that we need to always listen to the voice of the people, respecting tradition and embracing the power of innovation so that we can forge a brighter way forward. And lastly, democracy, in my view, is not a gift from the past, young people. It is a responsibility of the present, and we can only build with the strength of your shared values, and you don't have to look at identity, like the president always says, not at biology, but let's look at ideology and what we can do to transform this country. I want to thank you so much. I need you to thank my panel. Arinete, Sharon, Shamim, Angelo, Mr. Luboa, and Honorable Nsereko have always been great panelists, and I hope that they will come back again when NIMD calls them for another time so that they can always share with you their thoughts. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. A well-balanced panel, and I am proud of them. Picture here, what is the arrangement? They can't take a picture here. It is only 1 second, please. Here, down here, or up. MC is saying up, the other one is saying down, so let's just stand where the photographer will guide us. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very big round of applause for my elder brother, Mr. Charles Odongtho, who has steered this afternoon panel. In respect of time, we are going to go straight to our lunch. Our panelists can just head out straight. There's someone to guide. And I've also been advised that we let us move out in an orderly fashion by rows so that we avoid the commotion that we had yesterday during. Yeah, I'm just going to tell them that there'll be someone to guide. So let us move out in rows, starting from down all the way up. We just move out in rows as we head for lunch so that we can have an orderly fashion and also be able to save as much time as possible. We are supposed to commence our program by 3 p.m. and we shall have about an hour and a half of the graduation ceremony and a few speeches from the people that be who have been mentoring the students of the academy. So may we please move out in an orderly fashion. The lady in yellow is going to guide or rather usher us. May we please follow this order so that we can be able to move quickly. Thank you so much.
My name is Primus Bahiji Atkwase, the country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, which is an international organization, headquarters based in The Hague. And we are over 20 countries. We strive and to realize inclusive democracies across the world. And by striving for inclusive democracy, we focus on strengthening political party structures, changing the culture, and ensuring that the voices of the minorities, especially young people and women, are part and parcel of the decision-making process. So because of our DNA and belief in inclusive democracy, we, for the last 5 years as a global organization, we've been working on democracy education and democracy schools elsewhere. But as Uganda, at the start of 2002, we started thinking about Democracy Academy for Uganda. And we are happy that this year, 2023, with support from the European Union, we've been able to run our first cohort of the Democracy Academy. We observed that young leaders, young people were getting into leadership positions, but they are not having mentorship, we are not having skills, and to harness them and make them better leaders. So we set out to do this.
My name is Gold Ichiriza. Uganda Democracy Academy has taught me transparency, and I've really acquired knowledge, and also engaging with other political parties, people from delegates from different political parties, has taught me a mind of teamwork, and it has really built my mind, has broadened my mind to participate and also gain the art of dialogue.
I've learned a skill of tolerance, because democracy supposes that we are supposed to be tolerant to one another besides the political party inclinations. So one of the skills is tolerance and the other one is problem solving. I've been asked that instead of playing the blame game, I should be the solution to the problems.
This training, I think, seeks to solve the problems of our ignorance when it comes to how democracy operates. It also seeks to solve a problem of us, the problems of the wrong perceptions that are out there about young people.
I believe that spaces such as a democracy school, which is a leadership training institute, are important in raising the political consciousness of young people, in forming and forging networks and partnerships. I believe that that cohort that has just been equipped and nurtured and nourished will be able to take forward as a collective. And I believe these spaces are also important to identify personal and collective actions that can be taken forward towards promoting democracy and good governance in countries such as Uganda.
So specifically for Uganda, we started with focusing on young people. So academies are targeting young people between the age of 18 and 30 from political parties. And our critical objectives or purpose are basically two. One, to equip young people with knowledge, with skills around good governance, democratic leadership, democratic governance and transformative leadership.
My presence here is just a way of giving back to the young people and trying to inspire them and train them on how to become the kind of ideal politicians we are looking for. And my session today was focused on political ideology and political party systems. I tried to historicize and introduce to the young people the origins of ideology and how it came up. We talked about Marxism and the critique he had about what ideology is. We had conversations around the French Revolution, where this entire conversation about ideology started. And we were taking them through a process in trying to define what their political parties stand for.
It's a pleasure being part of this process, facilitating discussions on local governance, looking at decentralization, looking at thematic areas like federalism, different methods of decentralization, looking at how local governments operate, their finances, the legal infrastructure of the local governments, and the different roles young people can play in ensuring the effective functioning of our local governments.
When you look at one of the principles they actually taught us was participation. Participation should not only stop here at in Kalangala or in this academy. I feel like when we go out there, we're actually supposed to encourage participation of of the people we lead or the people we work with.
When you talk of inclusivity in our country and in Africa at large, there are very many people who are so marginalized, and the aspect of inclusivity gives you helps you to understand the benefits of inclusivity, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to include other people in whatever you're doing, gender equality, gender balance, favoring people who are disadvantaged. We had debates concerning inclusivity of the youth, people with disabilities, in electoral processes. So the aspect of inclusivity is one thing I've understood so much here.
Also learned about political ideologies. I've seen that there are so many parties in Uganda, and they have different political ideologies. But the most important thing is that in these political ideologies, we seem to understand that if you're in opposition, what is that you can do better than that party in the government?
To my understanding of political sphere in Uganda, I can describe it in a context of political system, institutions, and key political actors.
Currently, we are having the multi-party system in Uganda, which also have some simple challenges that we are trying to deal with. But currently, the political sphere in Uganda may be favorable, may be not favorable. But at least if everyone has an opportunity to come up and stand for their values and represent their constituents.
The relevance of the opposition in the country is quite great. The fact that even the current leaders have been opposition themselves defines quite a lot. But I also think the opposition is a breeding ground for new leaders. And the fact that I'm a UID member says a lot, because DP has been in opposition almost forever. But quite a lot of leaders have grown under the umbrella of UID, they have gone under DP, they have gone in FDC and other parties.
I do believe that the opposition in this country is actually relevant, because realize that the opposition actually helps the government highlight its shortcomings. It questions the policies of the current government, which gives the government a go ahead on what they are supposed to do. Realize that the government actually picks ideas from these opposition parties and they implement them. However, they will not come out directly to say that we have picked actually, or we have copied and pasted this idea from the opposition.
We have seen a remarkable difference from the time the participants came in, from the first semester and now. I would say that the very first time they came, they were afraid. There was a little bit of trust issues. NRM would want to be in their own cocoon, same with JEMA, same with other political parties. But now they are one. If you came in here, you would never know which person belongs to which political party.
We are going to continue nurturing them, continue interacting with them in various spaces. And we're also going to ensure that we integrate them into the entire programming of NIMD to ensure that we do not lose their voices. My name is Primus Bahiji Atkwase, the country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, which is an international organization, headquarters based in The Hague. We are over 20 countries. We strive and to realize inclusive democracies across the world, and by striving for inclusive democracy, we focus on strengthening political party structures, changing the culture, and ensuring that the voices of the minorities, especially young people and women, are part and parcel of the decision-making process. So because of our DNA and belief in inclusive democracy, we've, for the last 5 years as a global organization, we've been working on democracy education and democracy schools elsewhere. But as Uganda, at the start of 2002, we started thinking about Democracy Academy for Uganda. And we are happy that this year, 2023, with support from the European Union, we've been able to run our first cohort of the Democracy Academy. We observed that young leaders, young people were getting into leadership positions, but they are not having mentorship, we are not having skills, and to harness them and make them better leaders. So we set out to do this.
My name is Gold Ichiriza. Uganda Democracy Academy has taught me transparency, and I've really acquired knowledge, and also engaging with other political parties, people from delegates from different political parties, has taught me a mind of teamwork, and it has really built my mind, has broadened my mind to participate and also gain the art of dialogue.
I've learned a skill of tolerance, because democracy supposes that we are supposed to be tolerant to one another besides the political party inclinations. So one of the skills is tolerance, and the other one is problem solving. I've been asked that instead of playing the blame game, I should be the solution to the problems.
This training, I think, seeks to solve the problems of our ignorance when it comes to how democracy operates. It also seeks to solve a problem of us, the problems of the wrong perceptions that are out there about young people.
I believe that spaces such as the Democracy School, which is a leadership training institute, are important in raising the political consciousness of young people, in forming and forging networks and partnerships. I believe that that cohort that has just been equipped and nurtured and nourished will be able to take forward as a collective. And I believe these spaces are also important to identify personal and collective actions that can be taken forward towards promoting democracy and good governance in countries such as Uganda.
So specifically for Uganda, we started with focusing on young people. So academies are targeting young people between the age of 18 and 30 from political parties. And our critical objectives or purpose are basically two. One, to equip young people with knowledge, with skills around good governance, democratic leadership, democratic governance and transformative leadership.
My presence here is just a way of giving back to the young people and trying to inspire them and train them on how to become the kind of ideal politicians we are looking for. And my session today was focused on political ideology and political party systems. I tried to historicize and introduce to the young people the origins of ideology and how it came up. We talked about Marxism and the critique he had about what ideology is. We had conversations around the French Revolution, where this entire conversation about ideology started. And we were taking them through a process in trying to define what their political parties stand for.
It's a pleasure being part of this process, facilitating discussions on local governance, looking at decentralization, looking at thematic areas like federalism, different methods of decentralization, looking at how local governments operate, their finances, the legal infrastructure of the local governments, and the different roles young people can play in ensuring the effective functioning of our local governments.
When you look at one of the principles they actually taught us was participation. Participation should not only stop here at in Kalangala or in this academy. I feel like when we go out there, we're actually supposed to encourage participation of the people we lead or the people we work with.
When you talk of inclusivity in our country and in Africa at large, there are very many people who are so marginalized, and the aspect of inclusivity gives you helps you to understand the benefits of inclusivity, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to include other people in whatever you're doing, gender equality, gender balance, favoring people who are disadvantaged. We had debates concerning inclusivity of the youth, people with disabilities, in electoral processes. So the aspect of inclusivity is one thing I've understood so much here.
Also learned about political ideologies. I've seen that there are so many parties in Uganda, and they have different political ideologies. But the most important thing is that in these political ideologies, we seem to understand that if you are in opposition, what is that you can do better than that party in the government?
To my understanding of political sphere in Uganda, I can describe it in a context of political system, institutions, and key political actors.
Currently, we are having the multi-party system in Uganda, which also have some simple challenges that we are trying to deal with. But currently, the political sphere in Uganda may be favorable, may be not favorable. But at least if everyone has an opportunity to come up and stand for their values and represent their constituents.
The relevance of the opposition in the country is quite great. The fact that even the current leaders have been opposition themselves defines quite a lot. But I also think the opposition is a breeding ground for new leaders. And the fact that I'm a UID member says a lot, because DP has been in opposition almost forever. But quite a lot of leaders have grown under the umbrella of UID, they have gone under DP, they have gone in FDC and other parties.
I do believe that the opposition in this country is actually relevant, because realize that the opposition actually helps the government highlight its shortcomings. It questions the policies of the current government, which gives the government a go ahead on what they are supposed to do. Realize that the government actually picks ideas from these opposition parties and they implement them. However, they will not come out directly to say that we have picked actually, or we have copied and pasted this idea from the opposition.
We have seen a remarkable difference from the time the participants came in, from the first semester and now. I would say that the very first time they came, they were afraid. There was a little bit of trust issues. NRM would want to be in their own cocoon, same with JEMA, same with other political parties. But now they are one. If you came in here, you would never know which person belongs to which political party.
We are going to continue nurturing them, continue interacting with them in various spaces. And we're also going to ensure that we integrate them into the entire programming of NIMD to ensure that we do not lose their voices. My name is Primus Bahiji Atkwase, the country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, which is an international organization, headquarters based in The Hague. We are over 20 countries. We strive and to realize inclusive democracies across the world, and by striving for inclusive democracy, we focus on strengthening political party structures, changing the culture, and ensuring that the voices of the minorities, especially young people and women, are part and parcel of the decision-making process. So because of our DNA and belief in inclusive democracy, we, for the last 5 years as a global organization, we've been working on democracy education and democracy schools elsewhere. But as Uganda, at the start of 2002, we started thinking about Democracy Academy for Uganda. And we are happy that this year, 2023, with support from the European Union, we've been able to run our first cohort of the Democracy Academy. We observed that young leaders, young people were getting into leadership positions, but they are not having mentorship, were not having skills, and to harness them and make them better leaders. So we set out to do this.
My name is Gold Ichiriza. Uganda Democracy Academy has taught me transparency, and I've really acquired knowledge, and also engaging with other political parties, people from delegates from different political parties, has taught me a mind of teamwork, and it has really built my mind, has broadened my mind to participate and also gain the art of dialogue.
I've learned a skill of tolerance, because democracy supposes that we are supposed to be tolerant to one another besides the political party inclinations. So one of the skills is tolerance, and the other one is problem solving. I've been asked that instead of playing the blame game, I should be the solution to the problems.
This training, I think, seeks to solve the problems of our ignorance when it comes to how democracy operates. It also seeks to solve a problem of us, the problems of the wrong perceptions that are out there about young people.
I believe that spaces such as a democracy school, which is a leadership training institute, are important in raising the political consciousness of young people, in forming and forging networks and partnerships. I believe that that cohort that has just been equipped and nurtured and nourished will be able to take forward as a collective. And I believe these spaces are also important to identify personal and collective actions that can be taken forward towards promoting democracy and good governance in countries such as Uganda.
So specifically for Uganda, we started with focusing on young people. So academies are targeting young people between the age of 18 and 30 from political parties. And our critical objectives or purpose are basically two. One, to equip young people with knowledge, with skills around good governance, democratic leadership, democratic governance and transformative leadership.
My presence here is just a way of giving back to the young people and trying to inspire them and train them on how to become the kind of ideal politicians we are looking for. And my session today was focused on political ideology and political party systems. I tried to historicize and introduce to the young people the origins of ideology and how it came up. We talked about Marxism and the critique he had about what ideology is. We had conversations around the French Revolution, where this entire conversation about ideology started. And we were taking them through a process in trying to define what their political parties stand for.
It's a pleasure being part of this process, facilitating discussions on local governance, looking at decentralization, looking at thematic areas like federalism, different methods of decentralization, looking at how local governments operate, their finances, the legal infrastructure of the local governments, and the different roles young people can play in ensuring the effective functioning of our local governments.
When you look at one of the principles they actually taught us was participation. Participation should not only stop here at in Kalangala or in this academy. I feel like when we go out there, we're actually supposed to encourage participation of of the people we lead or the people we work with.
When you talk of inclusivity in our country and in Africa at large, there are very many people who are so marginalized, and the aspect of inclusivity gives you helps you to understand the benefits of inclusivity, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to include other people in whatever you're doing, gender equality, gender balance, favoring people who are disadvantaged. We had debates concerning inclusivity of the youth, people with disabilities, in electoral processes. So the aspect of inclusivity is one thing I've understood so much here.
Also learned about political ideologies. I've seen that there are so many parties in Uganda, and they have different political ideologies. But the most important thing is that in these political ideologies, we seem to understand that if you're in opposition, what is that you can do better than that party in the government?
To my understanding of political sphere in Uganda, I can describe it in a context of political system, institutions, and key political actors.
Currently, we are having the multi-party system in Uganda, which also have some simple challenges that we are trying to deal with. But currently, the political sphere in Uganda may be favorable, may be non-favorable. But at least if everyone has an opportunity to come up and stand for their values and represent their constituents.
The relevance of the opposition in the country is quite great. The fact that even the current leaders have been opposition themselves defines quite a lot. But I also think the opposition is a breeding ground for new leaders. And the fact that I'm a UID member says a lot, because DP has been in opposition almost forever. But quite a lot of leaders have gone under the umbrella of UID, they have gone under DP, they have gone in FDC and other parties.
I do believe that the opposition in this country is actually relevant, because realize that the opposition actually helps the government highlight its shortcomings. It questions the policies of the current government, which gives the government a go ahead on what they are supposed to do. Realize that the government actually picks ideas from these opposition parties and they implement them. However, they will not come out directly to say that we have picked actually, or we have copied and pasted this idea from the opposition.
We have seen a remarkable difference from the time the participants came in, from the first semester and now. I would say that the very first time they came, they were afraid. There was a little bit of trust issues. NRM would want to be their own cocoon, same with JEMA, same with other political parties. But now they are one. If you came in here, you would never know which person belongs to which political party.
We are going to continue nurturing them, continue interacting with them in various spaces. And we're also going to ensure that we integrate them into the entire programming of NIMD to ensure that we do not lose their voices. My name is Primus Bahiji Atkwase, the country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, which is an international organization, headquarters based in The Hague. We are over 20 countries. We strive and to realize inclusive democracies across the world, and by striving for inclusive democracy, we focus on strengthening political party structures, changing the culture, and ensuring that the voices of the minorities, especially young people and women, are part and parcel of the decision-making process. So because of our DNA and belief in inclusive democracy, we, for the last 5 years as a global organization, we've been working on democracy education and democracy schools elsewhere. But as Uganda, at the start of 2002, we started thinking about Democracy Academy for Uganda. And we are happy that this year, 2023, with support from the European Union, we've been able to run our first cohort of the Democracy Academy. We observed that young leaders, young people were getting into leadership positions, but they are not having mentorship, we are not having skills, and to harness them and make them better leaders. So we set out to do this.
My name is Gold Ichiriza. Uganda Democracy Academy has taught me transparency, and I've really acquired knowledge, and also engaging with other political parties, people from delegates from different political parties, has taught me a mind of teamwork, and it has really built my mind, has broadened my mind to participate and also gain the art of dialogue.
I've learned a skill of tolerance, because democracy supposes that we are supposed to be tolerant to one another besides the political party inclinations. So one of the skills is tolerance, and the other one is problem solving. I've been asked that instead of playing the blame game, I should be the solution to the problems.
This training, I think, seeks to solve the problems of our ignorance when it comes to how democracy operates. It also seeks to solve a problem of us, the problems of the wrong perceptions that are out there about young people.
I believe that spaces such as the Democracy School, which is a leadership training institute, are important in raising the political consciousness of young people, in forming and forging networks and partnerships. I believe that that cohort that has just been equipped and nurtured and nourished will be able to take forward as a collective. And I believe these spaces are also important to identify personal and collective actions that can be taken forward towards promoting democracy and good governance in countries such as Uganda.
So specifically for Uganda, we started with focusing on young people. So academies are targeting young people between the age of 18 and 30 from political parties. And our critical objectives or purpose are basically two. One, to equip young people with knowledge, with skills around good governance, democratic leadership, democratic governance and transformative leadership.
My presence here is just a way of giving back to the young people and trying to inspire them and train them on how to become the kind of ideal politicians we are looking for. And my session today was focused on political ideology and political party systems. I tried to historicize and introduce to the young people the origins of ideology and how it came up. We talked about Marxism and the critique he had about what ideology is. We had conversations around the French Revolution, where this entire conversation about ideology started. And we were taking them through a process in trying to define what their political parties stand for.
It's a pleasure being part of this process, facilitating discussions on local governance, looking at decentralization, looking at thematic areas like federalism, different methods of decentralization, looking at how local governments operate, their finances, the legal infrastructure of the local governments, and the different roles young people can play in ensuring the effective functioning of our local governments.
When you look at one of the principles they actually taught us was participation. Participation should not only stop here at in Kalangala or in this academy. I feel like when we go out there, we're actually supposed to encourage participation of the people we lead or the people we work with.
When you talk of inclusivity in our country and in Africa at large, there are very many people who are so marginalized, and the aspect of inclusivity gives you helps you to understand the benefits of inclusivity, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to include other people in whatever you're doing, gender equality, gender balance, favoring people who are disadvantaged. We had debates concerning inclusivity of the youth, people with disabilities, in electoral processes. So the aspect of inclusivity is one thing I've understood so much here.
Also learned about political ideologies. I've seen that there are so many parties in Uganda, and they have different political ideologies. But the most important thing is that in these political ideologies, we seem to understand that if you are in opposition, what is that you can do better than that party in the government?
To my understanding of political sphere in Uganda, I can describe it in a context of political system, institutions, and key political actors.
Currently, we are having the multi-party system in Uganda, which also have some simple challenges that we are trying to deal with. But currently, the political sphere in Uganda may be favorable, may be not favorable. But at least if everyone has an opportunity to come up and stand for their values and represent their constituents.
The relevance of the opposition in the country is quite great. The fact that even the current leaders have been opposition themselves defines quite a lot. But I also think the opposition is a breeding ground for new leaders. And the fact that I'm a UID member says a lot, because DP has been in opposition almost forever. But quite a lot of leaders have grown under the umbrella of UID, they have gone under DP, they have gone in FDC and other parties.
I do believe that the opposition in this country is actually relevant, because realize that the opposition actually helps the government highlight its shortcomings. It questions the policies of the current government, which gives the government a go ahead on what they are supposed to do. Realize that the government actually picks ideas from these opposition parties and they implement them. However, they will not come out directly to say that we have picked actually, or we have copied and pasted this idea from the opposition.
We have seen a remarkable difference from the time the participants came in, from the first semester and now. I would say that the very first time they came, they were afraid. There was a little bit of trust issues. NRM would want to be in their own cocoon, same with JEMA, same with other political parties. But now they are one. If you came in here, you would never know which person belongs to which political party.
We are going to continue nurturing them, continue interacting with them in various spaces. And we're also going to ensure that we integrate them in